everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. Over 8 in 10 Americans say presidents must obey federal court rulings. A new Reuters Ipsos poll found 82% of respondents believe the commander-in-chief should stick to rulings from federal judges. Meanwhile, 14% said the opposite. This as the Trump administration speaks out against the judicial system over legal challenges to his executive actions. Trump has placed new tariffs on foreign automobiles.
On Wednesday, Trump signed an executive order putting 25% tariffs on foreign-made cars and trucks. He said the order aims to increase domestic manufacturing of cars and auto parts. He added that buyers will be able to deduct the interest on their car loans if their vehicle was made in America. Trump claimed the tariffs will bring between $600 billion and $1 trillion into the U.S. within the first year. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump says he could extend the deadline for the upcoming TikTok ban if he wants to. Speaking to reporters Wednesday, Trump also said he might give China a reduction in tariffs if its government approves a TikTok deal brokered by America.
Well, there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else.
TikTok's fate has been up in the air for months due to a bill which forces its Chinese-owned parent company, ByteDance, to sell the app to a non-Chinese buyer or be banned in the U.S. Los Angeles vector control officials urge property owners in the Eaton-Fireburn zone to take care of their swimming pools.
There are some 2,700 pools in and around the Eaton-Fireburn area. The L.A. Times reports officials are warning that untended pools and other standing water could become breeding grounds for disease-carrying mosquitoes. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Canada is barring Tesla from its electric vehicle rebate programs.
This comes after President Trump's back and forth over tariffs in Canada, hitting a 25% tariff on the northern nation and Mexico. Canada's Transport Minister, Chrystia Freeland, said in a Tuesday statement to Reuters that Tesla won't be eligible for the program while the illegitimate and illegal U.S. tariffs are imposed against Canada. Tech billionaire and Trump advisor Elon Musk serves as the automaker's CEO. I'm Brian Shook.
4 American soldiers are dead after they disappeared during a training exercise in Lithuania. The soldiers were reported missing Tuesday from a training ground in Pabrada, less than 6 miles from the Belarus border. The soldiers were traveling in one of the largest armored vehicles used by the U.S. military, which may have fallen into a body of water. The trailer for the movie Alec Baldwin was filming when he accidentally killed the cinematographer is out now. Rust is set in 1880s Kansas, following an orphan played by Patrick Scott McDermott, who mistakenly kills a rancher and is sentenced to hanging. While filming, Baldwin fired a prop gun which had live rounds in it, killing Helena Hutchins along with the injury of director Joel Sousa. Rust is released in theaters May 2nd. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
According to the clock before me, it is that time. I think we're operational. Work the bugs out, get things underway. And no, sir, we are not live from the Hot Shot Secret's hidden bunker, Louisville, Kentucky. So here we go. See how these cameras work. Look at there. Who's that? Hey, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Kicking things off here, Louisville, Kentucky, VIP. One more hour of VIP session. And then the folks will be streaming in over the next 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. What they often refer to as the granddaddy of them all. Kicking off truck show season. So folks can see a little bit. That's before me is Kyle Fisher. Which microphone are you on? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check, check, check.
That's you. That would be you right there.
All right.
What's going on, Kyle?
Hey, we're here, huh?
Man, you've been here for, 4 or 5 days already?
4 or 5 years, it feels like. Show's underway, so back again. Matt's. I just ran out to the lobby to get something printed real quick, and it's stacked out there, so they're feeding them in. And like you said, I think last hour of VIP right now.
1 o'clock Eastern. The actual, I don't know what you have to do to get a VIP pass or whatever. Pay a little more or something maybe.
I think you need to know Steve Summers.
that would work. So what do you say, man? 3 days here. What do we got going on? We've got some show specials for those that are going to be making their way here, folks listening in live, maybe heading down the highway. I know Paul and Anita talked to them a couple hours ago. They're going to be driving up from Nashville. I said, pull up the app and listen to us live on the way.
Right. Listen on your way in, then come sit down here. We got some seating here in the booth that can watch the show being recorded, too. But, we got great specials at the show here. Just like normal, we're discounting all of our products. So anything you have that you normally buy, our fans out there, it's a good time to stock up. Everything's on discount. We've got a special show bundle, 2 gallons of EDT, 2 gallons of Diesel Extreme, and an extra little surprise in there. Discounted.
It's like over $100 savings on that, right?
It's
versus what you'd pay at the retail level.
Yep, and I'll tell you, some of the people say it's big, heavy. You don't want to carry it out. We're stocking it here in the booth. We can get it at the end of the show for you, too, so you don't have to carry it around all day, too.
Okay.
We're having a great dealer special and fleet special for any new dealers or fleets out there. We have a great discount going on, and we're giving out free samples to every single person that comes by the booth, and we're doubling it. Normally, it's 100 gallons worth of EDT treatment. For these big rigs, we know they need more, so it's going to be 200 gallons worth of EDT treatment for free. So stop by the booth, get your free sample. Check out the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show. We've got a stacked list for you. We've got a bunch of our industry friends coming on.
Yes.
And
I'm trying to remember. I believe, am I correct? Industrial Injections. We got Dustin and Cody.
Yep.
Is that the guys we talked to last year? Is he that? He's that one character that has that really funky truck down there at the booth.
Steve Darnell. That was Steve Darnell. He's actually here. I don't know if he's going to come down, but he has another one of his funky trucks down there in their booth.
Okay.
But I just left their booth, so they'll be heading down here. I think they're your first guest.
Yes, they
are.
Maybe
I'll see if Steve can come down too, and jump in on their segment. I know he's down there as well because he's got one of this really cool rollbacks. What's really neat about it, he built this cool truck as a rollback, but he's got a car on the rollback. So that's a cheap way of getting 2 vehicles in your booth,
right? Right.
And how about this? We got 2 vehicles in the booth.
Is that what you were teasing about? Like 2 vehicles, 6,000 horsepower.
Yeah. Yep. And I didn't have to stack them on top of each other. They're minis. So we're really excited about this. These are Jeff Hertz minis. He races in, or he pulls in Pro Polling League. Actually, he pulls about anywhere he can go. He's not scared to get in there, but he's a wild man. We're going to have him on Saturday. He'll be signing autographs here in the booth at noon. I think you're going to speak to him about
noon
11
to 1 or something.
Right before that.
I saw that they got the booth set up over there. He'll be signing autographs.
Absolutely.
That's for our NTPA pooling fans, right?
That's right. NPPL, Pro Polling League now. We're the new title sponsor of Pro Polling League. So we're NTPA and PPL, and you're going to be speaking to both of them. We're going to have them on as well, some representatives from both series. So we're going to have, I think, a couple of sponsored racers, some pullers. We got a bunch of industry friends in the trucking industry. The list is packed, so it's going to be it's a lot of preparation to get here, but at this point, Steve, it's green light. So here we go.
Ready
it's
or
off
not,
and running, and
here we go. We're underway.
Right.
So did they get to actually fire those up to drive them in, or did they have to pull them in, kind of thing?
Actually, we just push these things in. These things only weigh 1,800 pounds.
Wow.
They roll pretty nice. There's many booth vehicles I've had to deal with, and it was nice because, our little side escape door, our smoke hatch over here, we pulled them through that door. Normally you got to wait in line at the big door, and I said, no, these things are minis. We can get them in. They said, get them in.
Okay.
So
very, very cool. So I know that we talked the other night about the West Wing for folks maybe listening coming in, and if you're catching us live noon to 5 here during the afternoon, this will be playing back from the midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time overnight tonight, where folks normally listen. You may be heading up for the Friday or Saturday edition of the show. The West Wing is non-existent. Now, they do have a couple of gates closed around the backside. It was very inconvenient for me to get in here versus last year from the hotel we're at. The gate 3 is closed, gate 4 is closed. We had to kind of drive around the whole perimeter to get to the backside. But, the West Wing is closed. Everything is in the north and the south wing, and I think
feels much bigger.
That's because everything that used to be over there is all packed in over there. So, so I guess there's a lot to see, and bring some comfortable walking shoes. You'll need them here. Yeah.
We have a little bit of cushion under our carpet here in our booth.
Hey, we are registered. You're sitting in one of our Bostrom seats.
Yeah.
We're come by the booth. We've got what do they call that? A QR code that you scan.
Yep.
And it automatically registers them for the seats, correct?
Yep, and we're going to be giving these away to a winner thanks to Bostrom, our partnership with them. We appreciate them and supporting Overnight Drive. So come in and we're going to have 2 lucky winners go home with these.
Absolutely. All right, so it's time to get the party started, I guess, as they say. So
underway. Let's get it.
We'll be
Match
talking,
2025.
We'll be talking to Dustin and Cody and maybe Darnell. Is that the other guy?
I'll go see if we can grab him too.
See if we can bring him over. He was a hoot, man.
Yeah, he's worked.
Funny guy. All right, so as we get things underway here in Louisville, it's actually a little on the cool side outside the arena here, but comfortable enough to get out there and get the Kentucky pork producers, get you a pork chop sandwich and some of the good barbecue they've got out there. Yeah, things kind of a little different arrangement this year compared to what we've seen the last several years. It's because they're doing some renovations. That's why the West Wing is non-operational here. Weather-wise, like I said, a little bit on the cool side. Looks like we got a good day today. We could see a few sprinkles there maybe on Saturday. I think it is supposed to warm up a little bit more there. I can tell folks around the country as we typically start our programs off with weather from around the country. Yeah, for the last several days leading up to the show, we had been talking about a potential outbreak of strong storms rolling into the weekend. Louisville, we're going to be in pretty good shape until Sunday. Now, that's when the show will be wrapping up. Yeah, but looking at the maps, a lot of folks through the heartland of the country, beginning later today, could see the risk of strong storms coming together. Not quite the volatile situation we saw with other outbreaks earlier this month, where they had like nearly 2,000 incidents of severe weather. 220 tornadoes officially with that big outbreak here a couple weeks ago. Well, look at one of the areas of concern is from northeastern Kansas to southeastern Nebraska, southwestern Indiana, and eventually northwestern Kentucky. This is going to be over several days. Friday, we're looking ahead. Friday, we'll see a couple of pockets of severe weather over the Central Plains with a larger area from, say, southeastern Texas to Louisiana. Hail, flash flooding, some damaging winds there. Then things get a little more widespread. Saturday, they tell us, is going to be one of the first of the major days of potentially volatile weather unfolding. The zone Saturday extends from eastern Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, northeastern Nebraska to western Missouri, on into parts of Arkansas, eventually Iowa. Some big cities are going to be in the mix there. Kansas City, Springfield, Missouri, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Due to that zone over the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys, strewn with a lot of cloud cover and areas of rain, looks like the severe threat for those areas is going to be diminished a bit. You really need the sunshine to be out to destabilize the atmosphere. So if you have the cloud cover and the overcast conditions, that's actually going to be beneficial for you. We'll look ahead even into Sunday. The broad zone that I see here now is actually going to be much of western Kentucky to include the Louisville area, south to about Nashville, westward over towards St. Louis, and northward, say from about to Indianapolis. That entire zone is the area where there's the bigger threat for some pretty nasty weather on Sunday. So what do you say? Underway, Louisville, Kentucky. I hadn't even got to see him yet here. Horse Feathers just steps into the studio. We got a busy schedule here, Horse Feathers, but you made it in. Get closer to the mic.
We'll get the mic real close. Yeah, I jumped in Kyle's seat here, kick him out. We'll talk important stuff, right?
Yeah, right. So you just rolled in, a few minutes ago?
Yeah. We came down and, where we stayed? Just outside, the other side there in West Virginia there. Charleston. Charleston. Not Charlestown, but Charleston. So we didn't get to gamble or nothing. But we grabbed a room there for the night and then came the rest of the way this morning.
Just rolled in this morning. Okay, smooth travels.
Absolutely. And you know that where we pulled out in Charleston, we were on the west side of town. I'll tell you what, 8 o'clock in the morning, it was pretty busy going into town. I was glad I was going the other way. So,
hey, coming down from Cincinnati yesterday, I don't know where all these people traveling in the middle of the week. I mean, traffic was a nightmare on 71 all the way here. So.
You must have had a good ride with the Princess then.
You know that. Hey, I only had to slam the brakes on 3 times.
Well, the question is how many bottles of drugs did she go through to keep her calm down in the car to get here?
Right. Oh, boy. Well, we're just kind of kicking the show off. We just started here a matter of minutes ago, Horsey. You got the better half with you this year?
She's right behind you.
Okay.
I don't know. Cameron's not pointing that way, so she can't see her. But she's probably like Lisa. Probably doesn't want to be on camera, doesn't want to be on mic. Probably can't do any of that. But, so the VIP line, the line for registration, even both the paid registration and the pre-registered, it's not too bad getting through. They were having a little bit of a computer issue up there, so it took a couple extra minutes. But they're cycling the people through pretty quick and starting to get into the show.
Gotcha.
So we're going to...
Well, we've got our first guest ready to step into before the microphone. I'm sorry? I'll do 2 minutes. We'll take care of that.
You're going to take 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
2
and
minutes
we're
outside.
I believe we're going to get Cody Williams, Dustin Hemberg, Industrial Injections, our first guest of the aside from Horse Feathers and Kyle, as we kick off the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show live from Louisville, Kentucky.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That was my cue. Hit the magic twanger, and here we go. All right. You're in the hot seat. We're back in Louisville, Kentucky, live as we kick off the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. And our first, I guess we call it official guest into the hot seat, our friends from Industrial Injection. Cody Williams is back on my right.
Yep.
Dustin on my left. I think I got your microphones on. You got to.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
All right. You got to get real close.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear yourself better?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Check. Check 1, 2. All right, guys. What's going on? Give us a full report.
Man, we're just here excited to be at Mott's, and this is an awesome show and a special show for us. We really enjoy being a part of the heavy duty scene, and we're enjoying it, and we're excited to see everybody.
Yeah, this is my first show. I'm Cody Industrial Injection, and my guys have been out here the last. This will be our 3rd year in a row now, and they're like, "Hey, you got to come out and check this show out." So this is my first time here. So it's pretty special. It's a great show, and matter of fact, we're celebrating our 40th year anniversary from Industrial Injection, from being in business.
I did get a chance to meander down to your booth yesterday afternoon. Everybody was setting up, and I was coming down to see if is it the Darnell guy that?
Yeah.
He had a super crazy vehicle in there last year, and he's got something different this time.
Yeah, we got a 1953 GMC cab over COE that he built. It's got one of our big high horsepower engines in it, and little crazy rat rod that also has a big high horsepower one of our engines in it. So
they come as a package. You can't bring one without the other. So
right.
And we like to bring something new every year. It's a good.
That's what you call it. It's eye candy to bring people in, and then you get to talk to them. Like, tell us about Industrial Injection. What's that all about?
Well, it's a family business, and like I said, it's our 40th year anniversary. We started in 1985, and when I say family business, it is. My mom and dad, Brady and Geraldine Williams, started the business, and us kids, growing up, we didn't have a choice. We went to work, and we went to work at the earliest ages, cleaning the floors, and eventually progressed into learning mechanics on fuel injection pumps, turbochargers, engines, and so that's what we are doing. And I've been doing this for 31 years myself. And we have the third generation now working for Industrial Injection, my kids, my brother's kids. And so the owners of Industrial Injection now are me, Cody, and my two brothers, Brett and Shane. So we're the second generation. We have a lot of knowledge in our realm, in our line of business with fuel injection, turbochargers, and engines.
So what kind of people come to see you? What are you looking? Are you upgrading things or?
Always. It's always an upgrade. Whether that's just a factory OE fit, we have the specialties to know exactly what that part needs. So, for instance, we take an OEM part, right? It's just designed to replace. Well, we take that component or the engine or whatever down to its core. We always find what it needs to actually be a better part. That's where we come in. We're specialists. We don't like to say, hey, we're just a normal technician, mechanic. No, we're actually specialists on these parts that we produce, we manufacture, we remanufacture. And I would say that we'd like to think we're the best at what we do, for sure.
So is it when I have an issue, somebody has a failed injector, they come to you to try to...
Yes, and that's exactly it. Like, we have the testing capabilities. So if you want to pull your injectors out, you don't know if they're good or bad, right? Mm-hmm. You can send us those injectors, and we can test them for you and tell you if they're good or bad before you make a decision to invest in a new set, right?
Because they're not cheap.
They're not cheap at all, and people deserve to get the best quality, and that's where we come in. We got high quality parts.
So if I need something, where are you out of? What part of the country are you in?
We're from Salt Lake City, Utah. So
okay.
It's a good central location for the West, and we ship nationwide. We have distributors across the nation.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, because you're a long way from home here in Louisville, so from Salt Lake City.
That's right.
So if someone on this side of the country has an issue,
you bet.
We've really upped our dealer network and our production network to be able to provide in a quick turnaround, because that's another big thing. These truckers can't wait for a set of injectors to be done in a week or 2 weeks, or sometimes longer than that.
Because they're down, they're off the road,
We've got
right?
to have them across the country and have them ready to go. So if they don't have the time to send those parts in to have us check them out, make sure what they need, we've got a set already in their part of the country, or we can get them there quickly in a couple days shipping.
That's right.
And you can send them to a distributor around the country.
Yes.
Yeah. So what else we got going on while we're here? You got some? Do you have specials or deals, or what? Are you just kind of showing off what you do, or?
Yeah, I mean, we're always got something going on, but basically we're just showing people. We've got our big premium plus kit that we have over there on display. It's really awesome for the CAT guys that they can come in and see basically the whole kit, everything they're going to buy and everything they're going to get, from the injectors to the full rebuild, the pistons, the liners, everything, and be able to put that all in one package, deal with one company that we build these injectors that are a part of it. Mm-hmm. It has some other stuff that some of the OEMs don't come with, so we've got that over there to show off. And
our ISX 15 cups, everyone knows about the the cups that are lifting in these engines. It's a major problem. You get the fuel and the coolant issues. And I'll let Dustin hit on that a little more.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things, the X15, is they have an injector tube that comes loose. It's a stainless steel injector tube. The truck drivers and the guys listening, they're probably going to, a light bulb go off when it says they've got water in their fuel. And that's a big problem, not only because do we not have water in our fuel, but we're not getting the mileage, we're not getting good atomization and stuff. So, and they'll leak so bad that we'll fill up fuel filters with water every couple of 100 miles, so they're having to change their filters. So this product basically allows you to go in and replace those cups instead of replacing the whole entire cylinder head, because that's basically protocol from Cummins. But we've developed a product to get them back on the road within a few hours of work in a repair shop and get that problem solved.
And now you mentioned Caterpillar. I mean, they stopped making engines when? That's been several years ago.
Yeah, over the road truck stuff, they stopped 13 or 14, I think, something like that.
That's right.
So Cummins is kind of taking over that market, and that as far as like the X15, I mean, it goes from 2007 is the ISX and X15 all the way up to current year. So like that product's in a lot of engines out there for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the injectors.
We got to get a quick time out here because we're at the news break, but we'll be back following this. We're live from Louisville, Kentucky. The Mid-America Truck Show for 2025 is underway. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm John Summers. Over 8 in 10 Americans say presidents must obey federal court rulings. A new Reuters Ipsos poll found 82% of respondents believe the commander-in-chief should stick to rulings from federal judges. President Trump placed new tariffs on foreign automobiles. Trump says he could extend the deadline for the upcoming TikTok ban if he wants to. Trump also said he might give China a reduction in tariffs if its government approves a TikTok deal brokered by America.
Well, there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else.
And 4 American soldiers are dead after they disappeared during a training exercise in Lithuania. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, rather than live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, we're live from Louisville, Kentucky. Got the Mid-America Truck Show underway, 2025. All right, we're shifting things out. We're back. Cody's back. And, hey, we're switching seats. I recognize you. I talked to you about a year ago.
It's already been a year. Can you believe that?
That's right. Steve, how are you?
I'm good.
All right, so what do we got going? You had some crazy vehicle that you had customized, and you had in the booth last year. What'd you bring? What do you got down here with the industrial injection folks for 2025?
Well, last year we did the Jollymon, which was a tribute build to the boys' dad, Brady. Big Jimmy Buffett fan. And
you had Margaritaville over there
last
year.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Brady wouldn't want it any other way. He would have loved to have been here for that with what we did last year. Me knowing Brady, but I've been a part of their family for, I think, 15, maybe 17 years. I've been involved with industrial. Met Brady way back, 17 years ago probably, and the first thing he wanted to know is if I wanted a margarita. And I'm like, I don't really drink, but I'll sit and watch you drink one.
Right.
Or it was a whiskey. Maybe it was a whiskey. He was a whiskey guy.
Well, either way, that's how he was. He spent the time with customers, and he didn't see them as customers. He saw them as friends.
Yeah.
And that's the way our family was raised on. That's how we run our business. Is we do business with friends.
100%. Like, there's 3 brothers. Cody, one of them. And the camaraderie between the 3 of them is like, they're brothers that don't really fight with each other. I'm sure they get a little, once in a while, but like,
we're too busy for that.
They don't. They go on trips together. They boat together. They play. What's that bag game where you throw the bean bag in the hole?
Cornhole.
Right.
Yeah. Cornhole.
And by the way, I am the best player.
I actually witnessed this at an event, and I'm kind of a normal dude. I don't really know nothing about cornhole. And they were telling me about it. I showed up, and they're serious. Like, they got bags that are like custom built for cornhole.
Right.
But it's kind of funny. Like, these grown men in there throwing these bags in the hole, and they're taking it serious. Like, this is a serious thing.
They got a channel. You can watch it on ESPN.
Yeah,
this is a professional division.
I didn't know it was such a serious thing. I kind of feel stupid.
You know what? When we're not rebuilding injectors and turbos, we're smoking meat and we're throwing cornhole.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, so they, as a family, to get back to that, their mom is just an awesome person, and I mean, the whole family's just been cool to me. And so yes, when you walk in their front door, it's family oriented. You feel like it, and when you leave there, you feel like you can call somebody that gives a crap about what you're getting from them. And I guess that's my big thing is I have a lot of people coming at me with 100 different questions about diesel parts, and most of the time I'll call Dustin and he'll iron out the problem for me. But you got someone there, and it's a family run company that gives a crap about what they're selling, and their product it's here in America. It's good quality. The pump shop is insane. So Cody's area, and I don't know if you guys have already talked about the pump shop much. But we were just actually talking today because we talk about diesel injectors and how they can improve, say, a stock C15 injector to making it better than Cummins makes it, and that's where that's where their study is to make it better than what you would get from the shelf at like Cummins or Cat. It's their job to make it better. And I'm telling you, like, I try to explain it to people what Cody's shop looks like, and it's literally like walking into a surgical room and you're going to get surgery, because they got little bins with every injector piece organized down to the gnat's butt on everything. And when you go in there to put it together, it's like literally like you're dressing up to go into surgery, because it's no BS. And every one of those injectors are benched, dyno tested, and they know what they got when they leave there. So,
I mean, you're talking very fine tolerances, I guess, when it comes to...
every tolerance matters, especially in the fuel injection world. For instance, like a Caterpillar C15 injector, right? If you were to go pull an injector off, just say X brand or OE, right? The imperfections that are in like the casting of the bodies, and then the surfaces that are supposed to be sealing hydraulic diesel fuel fluid, right? And so what we do is we'll take that and we'll look at that, and it's not good enough. So we have to go figure out processes so we get like zero leakage, like mirror finishing type surfaces. And so we've invested a lot of money in these machines that allow us to do what we want to do to produce the best injector on the market. And that's what we do. We invest in not only the processes, but we invest in the dyno machines, test benches, trim coating. That everything is important. When the consumer spends their hard-earned money on this type of a product, we feel like that is a necessity. And so we take pride in that.
Okay. Yeah. How common are fuel injector problems? I guess everybody encounters them sometime.
Very common.
Everyone will encounter an injector problem or a fuel injection pump problem. It's just a matter of when. Like, they're not designed to be a lifetime product. And so when you're on the market and you're looking at, well, who should I buy this from? We want to be the flagship out there to say, buy it from us, and this is why. And we have a competitive price as well, so I think everyone will be pleased with the whole process.
And it's hand-touched right here in the United States in Salt Lake City, where, you got someone like Cody that's there, manages these people every day and watches the quality come in and out. And that goes with all the brothers. They're there every day at their business running it. So that, to me, as like looking from the outside in, is quality control. And if there's a babble or something wrong, it's like an immediate thing to like, okay, we're going to jump on this and make sure that this is fixed and it's better than it's ever been. And that's what I love about it. And that goes on their turbo side too. Like on the turbo side, I've been in there. I've watched all the turbos be put together. A reman turbo comes out better than a factory turbo because the quality of what they're doing in there and what Shane does in his shop on quality control for turbos is second to none.
Well, the reman process on turbos is definitely one thing. And the OE line of turbos that we are franchise distributors for, such as Garrett, BorgWarner, and Holset. We got all three of them. And like that's the kind of companies that you'd want to buy a new product from. They have the best quality as far as a box unit, OE replacement type stuff, components. We do a lot of custom turbochargers. So, that guy that comes and says, hey, my Peterbilt or my Kenworth, like, it has this really laggy spot down here at 1500 RPMs, and it doesn't like 2000 RPMs. What can we do? Well, we have the technology and the knowledge to build a custom turbo that's going to get you through those power bands. Mm-hmm. And we've been doing that for a long time. A lot of people know us for the light duty world, right? Mm-hmm. The light duty pickups, the racing, the sled pulling, that type of thing. And we do a great job in that market. But where we come from is the industrial, agricultural side. The over-the-road truck, that's what we started in '85. That's all we did.
Agriculture, farm truck, tractors. They're like his pump shop. We just had a conversation. I just picked up this old 66 Kenworth the other day, and it's got the triple nickel V8 Cummins in it, right? And I don't know nothing about the V8. He knew every freaking piece about the V8 injector, because I'm like, I think my injectors are bad. And he goes, no, they're bad. But
no question.
Yeah.
I grew up doing it, so I've probably built about 10,000 of those triple nickel injectors.
Yeah. Wow. So it was, but that's what I mean. I mean, the knowledge is there, and like their dad, Brady, like he was one of the forefathers for it, and it's really created what the pump shop's all about. That's where it kind of came from. And so when it comes to the pump shop, they're serious about it, So there's guys out there that have like something crazy, might be a little off the, a Perkins pump or Perkins injectors. And I'm only saying this because I have a Perkins in my forklift, and I had a pump problem and got it fixed immediately through industrial because they had little O-rings that they found in the pump shop that worked.
Yeah, we probably got $1 million worth of old obsolete parts that the factory don't even sell anymore. So we have a huge selection of these old parts that, we still use on situations like that.
Well, the reason why is because guys are still making that old stuff run. I mean, it's hard for like an average Joe to go out and buy a $80,000 backhoe when you can find one for, say, $8 or $10 grand that needs a rotary pump put in it. And it'll run another 15, 20 years. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, and that's the biggest thing. Like these old tractors that sit around and the little rotary pumps dry out on them and they go to crap. That's usually the biggest failure on the old rotary pump stuff. But they do have a facility that's even all the way dated back to 3406 pumps, John Deere pumps, P pumps. The older stuff, they still have that stuff.
Well, you'd be surprised if you came in my pump shop. We always have about 10 3406B pumps all the time. Like we're the only ones in our area, especially the surrounding states, that even work on that old cat stuff anymore. PT pumps, the old Cummins PT NT 350 type pumps. Like we're always turning 2 to 3 a day, right? So,
yeah, and I mean that's the ag world. You got to think the off-road stuff that we're not running, that's not compliant for the EPA or on the highway stuff, and you're going to off-road, farm, agriculture, dirt work, that kind of stuff still matters. In, like a water pole or, these guys are still using water poles from the 80s and 90s. They're still using dozers from way back then, too. Like, so that is important to have someone that you can go to, and me, I'm always looking for some old junk.
Yeah. So it's not even the old junk. Like we are very specialized. There's a lot of knowledge passed down. The combined knowledge at our shop is, I couldn't even add it up, right? But we stay on the cutting edge of technology with all the new stuff as well. All your common rail systems, trim coating, EUI injectors, high pressure pumps. So we're always investing in the future as well. We do a great job at it. I just opened a new 30,000 square foot fuel shop just for heavy duty injectors. We've always been doing them, but the volume out there, the demand is like people are starting to come like crazy. And so we've invested a lot of money into the future, and that we do all the newer technology components in this new building, from your ISX 15s, your Caterpillar C15, C16s, Detroit Series 60s, Volvos, Mac. We do all that. We've invested the money in gearing that up as the demand comes in.
So over the next 3 days, you're going to, some of the old-timers that are coming through here, you pull them aside and say, hey, or they're looking for something that they can't find anywhere else. You say, we can do that. We can handle that.
I guess that's the good part about our booth. If you stop by, we can talk old, we can talk new.
Yeah, it really
is. We love it all.
It spans from today's date, and they're always innovating new every day. Every day there's a discussion about the new and up-and-coming, because it changes. Like with technology now, you got to be on the ball, because it's like boom, boom, boom. It's something new all the time. So that's like become a discussion in itself about like these injectors and stuff like that on these new trucks, and trying to make them better. That's the big thing is the life. Get the life out of them. But like I said, as far as industrial as a whole, me personally, as being a part of it, it's second to none on quality. And that's a fact. I don't want to put my name in the hat with just anybody. And not only that, but we've kind of grown together. We've grown together. They built, I don't know, probably 20 motors for me on Discovery Channel and brought compound turbos, and here Steve just make some cool stuff, you know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of that was Brady. Brady was like, I told him what I was doing. He's like, just get him whatever he needs. Just do it. And
we kind of put our foot in a lot of different doors.
Yeah.
We can't say no. It's like, because we can do it. We know how to do it. So if someone asks for something, we probably shouldn't do it because we don't make any money like doing a lot of this stuff. But man, we sure do have fun.
It's fun, and that's the one thing about industrial injection is they're edgy. They're edgy. They're cool. It's a cool group to be a part of. It's like, we're all cool guys. We like to hang out and talk about it, and we really want to see this, especially the heavy duty side now. We want to see it grow with industrial, and we're really on the mend of some really cool, innovative stuff for industrial injection. So, we're super happy to be here to, like I bring the old trucks out here, like the cab over, that really has nothing to do with a C15 injector, but it brings everybody to the booth. They want to come see the truck. They want to know about it. And it just strikes up conversations, and pretty soon somebody's, buying an engine kit or needs turbos for their C15 or whatever they need. They've learned that we have that here.
Well, we like to learn their history as well. Tell us what you do, because we're interested in that. We do. We do a great job. We send our sales rep. We want to get to know you on a more personal level, because that's the way we like doing business.
Yeah.
So as far as industrial injection, for those who maybe are hearing about you for the first time, where do they learn more? Obviously, website, social media. Where
we have YouTube channels, we have social media, we have our website, industrialinjection.com. You can find us on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube.
Yeah.
All up to speed.
Or just call Brett directly.
And as far
let
as
me give you a cell phone number.
And as far as you go, you were telling us about some of and you showed us some of the picture stuff that you've tricked out over the years. Some really, really cool stuff. But anything you're working on right now? And do you still do anything with the Discovery Channel, or is that?
I'll tell you what. TikTok and YouTube is just taking TV out. I mean, it's just happening. What we're doing now is I'm focusing more on my YouTube channel. And honestly, right now, kind of off the path of what we're talking about, I'm restoring an old town, a part of an old town in Nevada called Good Springs. And it's a historical piece of ground that was part of the old Spanish Trail. And it was a mining town, and it was pretty popular in the early 1900s. And it's been like, I've been digging through the dirt, like finding antique cool things for the last year. And, through the whole process, it's been a lot of work. So I'm trying to get through it. I mean, I've got probably another year to probably get it where I really want it. And then I'm going to open it up as a tourist museum where people can come see the cars and come see all the cool stuff. And
really?
The antiques. And
these guys don't have running water. They get their water from windmills.
Yeah, I have 2 windmills that I restored that are in there right now that literally pump water from an hand-dug well that some old miner dug. And I went down in them this summer and took a vac truck and sucked all the mud out of them. And I got 4 or 5 feet of standing water that recovers almost as fast as you suck it out, it'll recover groundwater. It's amazing. Yeah, it's really cool. So, yeah, that's off the grid of building anything. That's what I'm building right now. But in the future, yeah, we're going to I'll get my shop put back up, and I think I've built enough cars that we can have a new car here for the next at least 15 years, maybe more.
Well, we talked about some other ideas too, like how can we get the diesel community involved more in just not even our business, just involved in the diesel scene, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, we got some plans that we're talking about on that as well.
Yeah, we got some cool ideas on bringing the diesel world together more, because I think it got scattered during all the EPA freakouts, and people scared and ran from the diesel world. And I'm not saying that we're going to do anything that's not right. Everything we're going to do is right. But I think we need to glorify the people that actually run this country is ran on diesel engines. I don't care what you say. I mean, our fishing boats are ran on diesels. These guys right now listening to our show right now,
yes,
that are sitting in the front seat of their truck running freight back and forth across this country. By the way, thank you guys for that, because you're definitely helping us out all across the country to get parts where we need them and food.
The backbone of America.
Yeah,
baby.
Right.
But we want to glorify those guys. That guy, whoever's listening right now, I want to come sit in your truck with you and talk to you about your trucking and what you do. That's something we've been talking about, is some real live people that we can talk to that generate this world with a diesel engine.
Very good. So if people want to go see some of your archived work, you got all of the stuff on YouTube? And
yeah, right now it's just Welder Up on YouTube. You can go check out my little town that I'm restoring and I'm working on.
You got some teasers, previews of what you're working on?
Yeah, there's some stuff on there. You can get on there and check it out. The truckers would be proud of me. I just hauled my gas station down the Interstate 15 that's 17 feet wide, and had to shut down the highway a little bit in the middle of the night, which was probably not legal. But
right.
Anyway, I made it up there, and I'm sure a lot of these guys will get a kick out of it watching it. But, yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we're going to keep going. So, yeah, Welder Up just on YouTube.
Welder Up on YouTube,
yep.
Okay. Yep. And then I see you got your Quit Your Bitchin' shirt on there. That was a car you did a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, that was a car.
Quit Your Bitchin'.
And I'll tell you why I built that car. I took it to a car show, and they wouldn't let me in because I had a diesel engine. This is in like 2008, right? They didn't know what it was. They said that's not period correct for what we're doing here. This is a traditional car show, okay? And I'm like, okay, well, I get it, but do you know anything about Cummins and when it started and anything about the Cummins world? And they didn't know, and I didn't want to spend the time to really talk to them about it. So I built a car called Quit Your Bitchin' with a blown Hemi in it, quick change rear end, gasser style straight axle. And then I took it to the show, and I was just like, you can't bitch about this car. This is a traditional Hemi, blown Hemi rat rod, kind of hot rod. So the diesel rat rod is what really actually put me into that, building the Quit Your Bitchin'.
Gotcha. All right, we're up to the top of the hour here, so it's great to have you guys join us once again. WelderUp.com, IndustrialInjection.com.
That's right.
And again, Industrial Injection on all the social media channels. They can find out more, and you can help people all over the country.
That's right. Hey, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, it's been good.
All right.
All you guys out there listening, thanks for listening and being
keep
a part of
trucking.
this.
Keep trucking.
Keep trucking.
And what's your booth number here? We're in the North Wing. I think you guys are just a couple of.
14140.
14140. That's where you'll find Industrial Injection.
Yes, sir. Come see us over there.
All right. I guess maybe we'll see you in about a year from now.
I will.
You know, the years go by so quickly. So
Damn.
Every year, man.
All right. So we are coming to you live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. We've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So kicking things off today, what do we have? I think 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. are the hours for the show there on Friday. A little bit earlier, Saturday, final day of the show. They open the doors 9 a.m. and things shut down at 4 in the afternoon. So get here early or you'll miss out. We'll get a news break and come back with more live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. Wildfires are forcing the evacuations of hundreds of homes in the mountains of North Carolina. The Forest Service ranger for Polk County says the Deep Woods Fire and the Black Cove Complex Fire are a size and scale that is unprecedented. County officials confirmed hundreds have been evacuated. President Trump's downplaying the Signal Group chat about U.S. attacks against the Houthis, which included a reporter.
And the press upplays it. I think it's all a witch hunt, that's all. I think it's a witch hunt.
The Atlantic published screenshots showing exact times of U.S. strikes against the Iranian-backed group because a reporter's phone number was included in that chat. The drama surrounding Columbia University is ongoing, including a lawsuit filed by faculty claiming the Trump administration illegally pulled $400 million in funding.
The faculty's union says the White House violated freedom of speech rights when it revoked the funding over the school's handling of pro-Palestinian protests. This as a federal judge has ruled that student activist Yenseo Chung can't be deported or detained, saying she poses no risk to foreign policy. Chung's attorney.
She has a 3.9 GPA at Columbia. She's made dean list every semester. That should not be a reason for her to end up in ICE detention or deported.
Meanwhile, another judge has yet to make a decision on a lawsuit filed by 7 Columbia students and the detained grad Mahmoud Khalil that seeks to block the school from handing over student disciplinary records to a Republican House committee investigating anti-Semitism on campus.
That's reporter Kristen Marks. Summer's coming quickly and families are making plans. The feds warn this will be the first travel season flyers need a new type of driver's license called a Real ID in order to get through security. TSA spokeswoman Patty Mancha says if you don't have one of these new driver's licenses, you'll be pulled out of line. TSA agents will grill you about your identity, and she says that's not a quick process. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Authorities are investigating 2 separate school bus crashes in New Jersey this morning. Police say a 9-year-old student was sent to the hospital with injuries after 2 buses collided in the Gloucester County community of Franklin Township. The extent of the student's injuries not known. Meanwhile, a school bus was also involved in a crash in the Wall Township of Monmouth County around 7:30. The bus could be seen on its side. No details have been provided regarding injuries. Napster sold for over $200 million. We get more on the story from reporter Tammy Trujillo.
The file-sharing app became famous 25 years ago for allowing users to swap music files free of charge and was shut down by lawsuits 2 years later. In 2016, Napster became a music streaming service with licenses to stream millions of tracks. Tuesday, it was acquired by 3D tech company Infinite Reality for $207 million. Infinite Reality says it will use Napster to create virtual 3D spaces that allow music fans to enjoy concerts or listening parties together and let musicians and music labels sell merchandise.
The Montgomery, Alabama Zoo welcomed an endangered pygmy hippo. Anukat was born February 9th, named after the Egyptian goddess of the Nile River. Zoo officials say she's feisty, yet loving and fond of watermelons. Anukat recently made her public debut, but she spends most of her time bonding with her mom behind the scenes. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, cue the microphone. Another hour underway, live from Louisville, Kentucky. All right, for those that are listening on the playback overnight, we're live during the day. Don't show up at the convention center at 2 o'clock in the morning thinking we're live.
I hope not.
Somebody did that.
I'm not shocked by that at
all. You kept saying live, and I came over, and there was nobody there. Yeah, we're live from noon to 5 here in the afternoon as the show is officially underway. Kick things off this hour, back in the hot seat for another year once again, Courtney George, Wreaths Across America.
Steve, it's always great to be here with you. Each year it's more fun. I joked this morning, I think that this is like my 18th Mats.
The years go by fast, huh?
They do, and I'm like, okay. They're fun. Like, the crowd today is awesome. So much energy, so many people that are excited to be here. And I'm like, this is what it's about.
And we've got good weather to start things off. I hope that the rain holds off. They're talking about maybe some rain tomorrow, but yeah, who knows? At least it's warming up a little bit.
That's the truth.
Well, you got to tell everybody that's not familiar, Wreaths Across America. How many years have this been going on? It started off as just Arlington Cemetery, honoring, remembering those that have given their all for this country. I'll let you break it down for them.
Yeah, so we started in 1992. Our founder, Morrill Worcester, and his family, Morrill is a wreath maker, and they had 5,000 extra wreaths, and very quietly, worked with their state senators to be able to take these wreaths down to Arlington National Cemetery. He got a trucking company to donate their services. And it has really flourished. I mean, to go from 1992 and they did a different section, hearing the chairman of our board really understand as they placed for many years just 5,000 wreaths each year. And he got to the end and he was placing the last wreath. And that dad looked at him and goes, "What about my son?"
Wow.
It'll get you every time. And it's one of those things where you're like, this is why we've got to keep pushing to get bigger. There are so many people that this helps. And so many families that are so grateful to be able to be part of it, to participate, to know that their loved one is remembered every year is great. 2024, we did 3.1 million wreaths at 4,909 locations. And this year, we've already gotten enough people to, get more involved, so we will be up over 5,000 locations this year.
So you're still growing.
Still growing. It's great. It's the best problem to have.
So, I mean, to continue to grow, you have to have support from the people, right? And that's where we try to get the word out. How do people work with you and sponsor the wreaths? And
so there's so many ways you can get involved. Number one, you can sponsor a wreath just by going to www.wreathsacrossamerica.org. You can also volunteer to place a wreath at that same website. Or you can even get involved in hauling a load. There is so much that we need help with. Anyone who's willing to haul a load, please reach out to me. I am super easy to get in touch with. All you have to do is email trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org. We're growing by about 12 to 17% a year. And so with those growth, with that growth, I need either additional capacity or I've got to find new carriers that can help and jump in. And so a lot of people have a misconception that you have to come to Maine. You don't. I have 8 cross docks across the country. So as we move these through all 50 states,
so everything emanates from Maine, but you've got dedicated folks with some of the corporate sponsorships and whatnot that will get them to destinations closer to Ohio or closer to.
Absolutely. So I've got a cross dock in Greensboro, North Carolina. NFI gives us that one. Total Transportation down in Ridgeland, Mississippi, which is Jackson. We work with 3 different moving and storage companies there out in Phoenix that help us. We've got McGuire Moving and Storage in St. Louis, and then I've got another moving and storage company in San Jose, California, as well as Golden Services in Fife, Washington, or I should say I think it's now called Lakewood, but it's in the Seattle area we work. And I got to give a shout out to the JB Hunt because they make sure that all of those loads intermodally go and get there on time. And, it's a labor of love that they track and work with the rail to make this happen.
So you can take, if you're a owner operator, a one truck operation, or you got a couple of trucks, how much time do they need to kind of maybe set aside? Because it's a volunteer effort, right?
It is a volunteer effort, but depending on how far you're going, it's going to take you a day or two, or it can take you 3 days. If you decide you want to pick up in Maine and go to El Paso, Texas, you're going to take about 4 or 5 days to do that. But that's just because you have to follow your DOT rules and regs, and, you're going to use your 14 and all of those things. You're working through your hours of service to get there. But for the most part, it's 2 or 3 days.
And for the number of drivers that I've known that have actually participated over the years, they all say that it is an emotional thing, and they feel very rewarded when it's all said and done.
It is. We work really hard. I have a team that I am very blessed to work with that tirelessly ensures that from the moment that driver walks through in our driver's lounge, that they have the best experience. And a lot of them are retired drivers that had hauled wreaths before. They want to ensure that driver has the best experience, and they will come back. So from Tyson's volunteering and donating 3 hot meals a day and sending their cook team up, we have people that are there that will take a driver out on a tour, and they can see wreaths being made. They can see the tip land, and we have a dog tag program, which is really cool because we have a section just for drivers. And to date, there are over 18,000 dog tags out on our tip land, and it's very much a living memorial to so many people in this country.
That's pretty cool stuff. And I think you explained last year that you don't have to, you're not chopping trees down or whatever. You're not killing trees to make wreaths. I mean, that's my impression before you explained that to me. Was I thought you're having to harvest a lot of trees to make all those wreaths.
No,
you're
not
going to kind of trimming them? Is that?
We basically trim them, so they'll grow out for 3 years. And each year, each tree is hand fertilized. But every 3 years, they'll chop in, and it becomes tall, and it's still skinny, but it'll grow. It's a renewable resource.
How about that?
That's one of the things that I love about it, is that, it continues to produce. And for many people, that it's like a veteran, that those trees represent, those balsam trees represent the longevity of their life, and that they're continuing to go on.
So it's only March of 2025, soon to be April. At what point can folks get a hold of you? You probably take
can get a hold of
any
me
time
now.
of year.
Absolutely. I tell people I take calls 365 days a year. So you can reach out to me at any point in time. If you shoot me an email at trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org and let me know when it's good for you, I'll schedule a time for us to have like a 6 to 7 minute onboarding conversation, answer any questions that you might have, give you the information you may need to take back to your boss.
Mm-hmm.
We do all of that, and so it's never too early to get set up, get signed on, and get on board.
So you handle kind of the logistics on the trucking side, the transportation, getting the wreaths all over the country. And for those that are listening out there that maybe not be a part of that, but they say, well, I'd like to do my part to help this organization, make a donation, sponsor a wreath. You can do that any time of year as well, right?
Any time of year as well. I mean, all you have to do to make that one $17 donation that will impact a family is just go to wreathsacrossamerica.org. They often say 2 generations after a person passed, they're not remembered. And I don't think that that's a wrong thing as we look at our national cemeteries. I equivocated it to my nieces and nephews. They never knew my grandfather, so will they remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, unless I do a really good job of instilling those values in them. And so this is something that's easy. Anybody who's listening, just log on to wreathsacrossamerica.org. We've got so much information out there. And you can find out about our Teach program, about our radio program, how you can make that donation, which location you might want it to go to. If you don't know, I encourage people to just donate to the general fund because it helps cover as many locations as we can.
Yeah. You have a 3-word slogan. Is it honor?
Remember, honor, and teach. And that slogan's really near and dear to our heart. That's at the core of our values, are to remember the fallen, honor those who serve, and teach the next generation that freedom isn't free.
Excellent. All right. Well, always good to see you. They got a packed and stacked schedule for us this year. So yeah. So that's a good thing. But we've got Sarah Lee coming up, Waypoint Vets.
She does great work.
She does indeed, yeah. So good to see you, Courtney. Enjoy the show here. I guess, going to be a busy 3 days. But...
Busy 3 days.
All right, we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regen are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Let me see, which one are you on? Is that better, up? There we go. Everybody has a different sensitivity to their ears. My headphones would blow your eardrums out. I've been wearing headphones for 40 years. And the more you get, turn them up, yeah. Hello, Sarah Lee. Welcome. Mid-America Truck Show. Just kind of kicking things off today. How the heck are you?
Oh, I've been good. It's been a busy year. I've been excited to come back and touch base, update everybody, to see you, of course.
Another busy year. Yes, indeed. Well, let's start off. Waypoint Vets. Sarah Lee started. How many years ago has it been now? Because we've been here at least 3-4 years with me.
Yes, I believe 2019 is when we got our 501c3, and Hot Shot Secret was our very first sponsor, our very first supporter. Allowed us to buy our first load of gear and execute our first national adventure in fall of 2020. So It's been 4 or 5 years of this relationship. I'm so excited every time to come back.
So tell the folks what Waypoint Vets is and why it's in existence and what we're going to be doing, I guess, here in the coming year. Another year is here, so.
I know. Well, I'll start from the beginning. My name's Sarah Lee. I'm an Army combat vet and founder of a 501c3 all-volunteer charity called Waypoint Vets. Our mission is uniting and empowering veterans through camaraderie and adventure, and we offer therapeutic adventures, a wide variety of intensities, and to veterans that are just honorably discharged. We go all over America to deliver pretty diverse, dynamic itineraries, just to deliver some empowerment, to realize veterans are still mentally and physically capable of big things, and also that camaraderie we miss so much when we get out of the military. And just to use some of those skills that have been lying dormant that the military instilled, only in a peaceful environment where people aren't screaming at you and shooting at you. And we need each other to get through these physical challenges on the trips safely. So it's very teamwork oriented too.
So you take me back to there was a point in your life that really brought this to fruition. Yeah, you were exiting the military, and emotionally it had a very negative impact, right?
Well, my military service, it was definitely the best of times and the worst of times. I certainly, I learned invaluable skills, made lifelong friends and things. I did a tour in 2004 for 12 months to Iraq, and we didn't come back with everybody. And so I turned 21 over there. I was, pretty young. And just that concept of, I guess, it was survivor's guilt, a very well-used, widely used term. And that definitely set in over the years. And I think I had an injury while I was serving, and that had worsened. And I think everything just kind of came together where I knew I wasn't living a life worthy of my friend's sacrifice, and it was definitely taking a toll. I knew it was something I had to figure out. I had people around me that cared. It wasn't them. It was something I needed to figure out. So I set out on a coast-to-coast 4,000-mile cycling journey from Yorktown, Virginia to San Francisco, California, and that absolutely saved my life. And I discovered I could, still do these things. I felt capable again, and I experienced so much kindness that I didn't anticipate while on the road.
There was a point there, though, where you thought about ending your own life.
Yes.
And that's something that still happens every single day. With how many minutes is it? Like every so many minutes, there's a veteran that commits suicide.
It's one every 65 minutes, a veteran takes their life, and that figure does fluctuate year to year, but it's been pretty consistent at 22 a day. And I just think a lot of things came to a head. It was a slow build for me, and I just kind of talked myself out of being here. Didn't really feel like a fit. And also, when you deal with aches and pains, and everyone has them, but some days it really does get the best of you. Your mind and body are so connected, and it tends to kind of suck the joy out of things, and it's like, this doesn't really feel like a life, and it really can sneak up on you. I did make an attempt in 2017, and I woke up in many ways, and that's shortly before I bought that bicycle and just set out on a Hail Mary coast-to-coast journey. I didn't know how it would end. That was my only fear when starting is when it ended, then what? But along the way, because of the people I met, the beauty of America and all of our landscapes just reignited my lust for life and my hope.
How did you support yourself along the way? I mean, you got to have money to eat.
Right. And I was off oatmeal, pasta sides, water. It was bare bones, but I actually handmade paracord bracelets and sealed them all with my service knife. I made 400 or so bracelets, sold them at $20 each. Really like to earn my support.
Yeah.
And that's how I funded the cycling journey. And by then people were, everybody was just, they were hoping, rooting for me. And it was a good feeling. And I got to honor my friend's sacrifice by living. And our motto came to me on the road that it can be that simple, that we can live on their behalf, and what life would we want for them if we hadn't made it back? That's the life we should pursue. Mm-hmm. So that a lot just really set in for me, and the whole concept of developing an adventure nonprofit, and has now come to fruition.
So your adventure, you thought this, I guess, mentally helped you, impacted you in a positive way, and you said, I need to find a way to share this with others, to maybe help save other lives?
Yeah, or at least give people an opportunity to save themselves. A lot of times we don't know where to start. We don't want people to know anything's wrong. We don't want their behavior toward us to change or be a liability. I don't know, it's so tricky, but when you can get a grasp on your own healing and figure stuff out for yourself among your comrades, it's just a little different. And I always say I can't be the only weirdo that this helps, because why does it take something so extreme to feel something, So my goal was to create smaller scale opportunities like the one I have that have those similar components, the component of intensity, of the beauty and stillness of nature, and then fellow veterans. Of course, on every trip we have a mental health professional, we have trained guides, peer support staff, so we're all in good hands, and we all grow together through each other. So like everyone's in it together. We're all vets helping vets.
So how many different adventures are you up to now on an annual basis? You did 3 or 4, and then you kind of grew things a little bit. What?
Yes. We now have 10 annual national adventures. Yes, and so far since fall of 2020, we've executed 37 national adventures and 1 international adventure. In Veterans Day of 2023, we took 10 Vietnam vets back to Vietnam for a 9-day transformative trip, starting in Saigon up to Ha Long Bay and then ending in Hanoi at the POW MIA Accounting Agency. So I want to do that again. We have very limited time to help our Vietnam veterans, and I feel very adamant about carrying the torch in some way. They never stopped fighting when they got
just
back.
like the World War II. They're pretty much gone, and we're losing more Vietnam vets every day. Let me take a quick time out. We'll pause here and be back with maybe some of the upcoming adventures and how folks can maybe help support others who want to do those adventures. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. A federal judge temporarily blocked the administration from deporting violent illegal immigrants to El Salvador using a wartime law. In a 2-1 decision yesterday, the panel of judges sided with the regional judge over the commander-in-chief at the executive branch of government. This emboldened Judge James Boasberg to now demand the government explain today the Signal app addition of a journalist during the attack of Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These judges are playing politics over the Constitution, so says Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
In the last 100 years, listen to this, 67% of the injunctions issued against a president were issued against one president alone, and that's Donald J. Trump. Something that unusual is happening, something that is out of the norm. It is a dangerous trend, and it violates equal justice under law, that critical principle. It violates our system itself.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
Good to see Steve Darnell once again. He was our first guest today. Vegas Rat Rods. He customizes all these really crazy vehicles, but Industrial Injection. We're back. Mid-America Truck Show, the 2025 edition underway. Sarah Lee. All right, so Sarah took this big adventure across the country. Got some, I guess, mental healing, and decided that she wanted to find a way to share those adventures. She sees somebody she knows. Who's that?
I'm sorry, that's Mr. John Fry.
John.
He's a Marine veteran. He's one of the veterans that we took to Vietnam in 2023.
The one you were just talking about.
Yes. So obviously we get very close on these trips.
Yeah. So you see somebody who's like, wow.
He's a Marine Vietnam veteran.
Okay, so that was a cool adventure for you.
Yes, and what a coincidence he would be right there.
Yeah, hopefully he can stick around a few minutes and talk to you.
Yeah.
You want to bring him in?
Oh, we don't have to.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he just probably want to say hi, but it's just cool. You know, it builds a family, our trips. That's the whole thing is we get really close on these trips, and we are building slowly a national network of support. And so our trips this year are, we just finished our winter Zion retreat, Zion Red Rock, and that includes canyoneering, hiking the Narrows. We stay in a big villa. Coming up next is our second annual leadership training. And then after that, we have a Appalachian Trail race car ride-along combo. We have an adventure in Glacier National Park. We're taking a trip to the Middle East Conflict Wall, which is basically the Vietnam vet wall for my generation of veterans and other veterans dating back to the 60s that were in Middle East conflicts. It's just beautiful. It's in Marcel, Illinois. After that, we have an East Tennessee adventure with rock climbing and hikes and whitewater rafting. And then we have 2 women veteran retreats, one in the Rocky Mountains and one in the Smoky Mountains. We have a Lake Powell houseboat adventure out in Arizona. And lastly, a December super low impact, holistic, wellness-oriented mindfulness type of retreat at a resort property called Namaste out near Springdale, Utah.
Who comes up with all these ideas? How do you come up with the idea of let's do this or let's do that, all these different adventures?
Yes, I pretty much eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff, and I have an amazing director of programming that's our lead mental health as well, and we put these together along with some input from our team. Our team, of course, is composed of alumni of our program that has received quite a bit from our trips, and we love bringing in all of their thoughts and making them feel very heard. So it's definitely a team effort. We've built quite a team now. Now we have 15 on our volunteer team. There are no salaries at Waypoint too, so we make every dollar. We could do a lot.
Everything
with what
donated
we have.
is you have volunteers working for you. So
yes.
They have, I guess, lives, occupations, full-time jobs, and then find time on the side to do things.
Yes, a lot of times they're retired, military retired, or medically retired, they're in a place where they're able to volunteer, and we never overextend anybody. They might help us with 1 trip a year. They might help with 5 trips a year. It really can be unique to the individual just how much time that they have.
So a little bit on how folks out there can sponsor. How do they help you to help others? I guess is that the way to put it?
Yes, help us help vets is kind of a line I've used, and we are Vets Helping Vets also. So our website is waypointvets.org. It's WAYPOINTVETS.org. Of course, a waypoint is where you go to get what you need in order to continue, and that's why I chose that word for that's what I hope for our experiences.
So that's a military thing?
Yes, in the military and a couple other sectors, but definitely heavily used in a military setting to get there, resupply, refuel, and get what you need in order to continue and complete your mission.
Gotcha.
So that really resonated with me as this could be a step in the right direction for some, a total turning point for others, and maybe just a break to get some clarity. So it definitely is different for everybody. But we also are very active on social media. We do a post series, like a 5-post series for every one of our trips with lots of photos. And we talk about the specs. These vets are out there beasting. I mean, we talk about the elevation gain, the hundreds of feet rappelling off each other's body weight. I mean, they're really working hard for their healing, and that's really key for us. We don't just want things handed. We want to feel like we've earned them, and that's exactly what they're doing out there. All the costs are covered for the veterans on the trips, and we do run on donations. So if you feel inclined to help us, there's a way to donate on the website, and we also have a couple fundraisers coming up this year. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you have a big one in Nashville. Is that where you have your big fundraiser?
Yes, yep. Our 5th annual, I can't believe it, our 5th annual charity ride and veteran benefit is in Gallatin, Tennessee, just east of Nashville. We usually have, we always have over 100 bikes, and then the whole afternoon is our alumni come in from all over, share their stories. We do a table ceremony, Rolling Thunder performs, and it's just a lot of different motorcycle groups, a lot of veteran organizations, all coming together. That's just one way we can honor our fallen, really, is by staying united as a community and having those conversations with each other, living on their behalf, like I said. So that's really the basis of all that we're doing is that underlying mindset is to live on their behalf, honor the fallen by living.
So you say you have various thresholds, I guess, of exertion. Yeah, an easier adventure and a more difficult, and are you able to keep up with all those difficult adventures?
Me personally, there are about half of our trips I can't do, but that's not going to stop me from planning them for vets that can. I can't summit Mount Rainier. I'm slow to say I can't, but genuinely, I'm a disabled veteran. I do have limitations, and it's important also for me with having those issues has actually helped me pair veterans with trips that are empowering and not defeating and don't result in injury. So it's kind of a silver lining to having some of these chronic issues is to be able to have that empathy and that foresight to know what I want the vets to push themselves, but if someone
so in some cases you get to go along, but you won't maybe participate in all the all the activities.
Right. And I'm on the trips last year and this year again for training, but our staff, our team is there. I feel like they're already ready to lead these trips without myself or our operations manager, but we're going to do one more year because our trips are such a variety to give them a comprehensive training on as many different trips as we can last year and this year. So at the end of this year, I'll be taking a little step back from the trips themselves and focusing more on our sponsor relations. I mean, we need to grow. We now have over 350 veterans on our waiting list. So the need is significant, and they're really relying on us to make that next step. We have the staff, we have the itineraries, we have the demand, and so that's where we are right now. We're excited. This next 2 years, we plan to double operations to try to accommodate.
What kind of process do you have to go through to make a selection of who gets to participate this year? I mean, because you can only accommodate so many.
Well, we go, as much as we can, we go in order of sign-up.
Really?
And then from there, we pair vets with the trips that are safest and resonate with them the most, and then it goes off of availabilities, if their schedule fits our trips. And sometimes we do get to newer signups because the schedules won't allow, or we have last-minute backouts due to injuries or illness.
Mm-hmm.
So I always encourage veterans to keep signing up, even though there is a waiting list.
Mm-hmm. So when is the next adventure?
The next adventure is our leadership training out in the wilderness of Utah. It's a camping thing, very bare bones. There's something to that simplicity. I on my trip I wrote, service saves the heart, simplicity salvages the mind. And it feels like the less busy and more disconnected you are and free from the noise, I think the more is allowed to come in. And bells and whistles are a distraction too sometimes. So we do our leadership training very bare bones.
So a number of veterans of various branches, I guess, come together who probably have never met each other, but maybe share their experiences.
Yes, that's key too. It's a very, very inclusive organization. All branches, ages, walks of life. The only requirement is an honorable discharge. And we really do. It's really amazing. These trips really level the playing field. Because we have privates, we have full-birth colonels on these trips, all intermixed with different. They're different in different places along their path of self-discovery. Mm-hmm. And the veterans bring so much to the trips for the other veterans that they didn't expect. So it really is all hands on deck kind of a thing. Everyone participates. It's just a really cool environment.
So, like you said, this is your third or fourth time here at Louisville. What you got going on? I know you've reached out and you got some other folks that you're going to be chatting with here over the next year for the whole show, or just today, or
I'm going to stay tomorrow too. Ran into some folks like the Vietnam vet. We just walked by, happened to walk by.
They're waiting for you.
Still cannot believe
they're
that.
Here.
Oh, they are.
Yes,
that's awesome. It's just such a small world when you put yourself out there a little bit. So there are some other folks here. This is a wonderful opportunity at MATS to reconnect and just learn more about the industry and meet other amazing people. There's a lot of veterans here, and we just tend to find each other somehow. I don't know. But, the highlight has been for me to come by the Hot Shot Secret booth and to see the familiar faces. Y'all have made me feel like family. And it's hard not to get mushy, really, because building this has been beautiful. There's a lot of good people out there and a lot of good things going on we really don't hear about. I just think that good people are maybe quieter about it or something, but there's a lot of good going on, and it's not bunnies and unicorns, believe me. It's not. It takes quite a bit for someone to choose to be charitable or kind. We've all been through so much, and it's hard, but
I feel bad that Chris isn't able to be here this year. He did give us a call and said, I think Lisa called him and said, "Are you going to be at the truck show?" And he said, "No." He says, "But Sarah's going to be there. Can you talk?" He says, "Well, yeah, we'll talk to Sarah, absolutely." But Chris did get to go with us on our cruise here a few months ago, so I got to spend a whole week with Chris.
Oh, good.
He and his wife.
Oh, great.
Aruba, Curacao. What was the other island we went to? Yeah, we had a great time.
It wasn't Coco Key, was it?
No, it was
Royal Caribbean.
It was.
Okay.
We were on Carnival, and
Okay.
the one destination we had never been to before. I can't remember what it was, but that was a good time. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You guys have to spend some real time together. I mean, once you spend when you spend time day in and day out for 4 or 5 days, you just get to see different sides of each other. Like just to have that amount of exposure.
Yeah.
That's similar to the trips too. If someone comes in kind of with a front or is apprehensive, it tends to fade pretty quickly. I mean, people get comfortable really quickly because, it's just cool how it happens. So, but I wish he was here too. He is just. I went over my vision with him, and he was just on board and wanted to make a difference. He wrote me a Post-it, and with his cell phone, it just says, just don't stop, and call me if you need anything on this Post-it. And I keep that. In my binder with our original 501c3, I'm very sentimental. You have to remember your roots. You cannot forget about the people who have afforded you opportunities and who have fanned your flames over the years. You can't lose sight of that. It's beautiful. It really is. And when you really sit and think about it, it will hit you that a lot of people care. And I look forward to telling the veterans on these trips, too, that there's so many people out there, so many hands and hearts involved to make these trips possible. They'll never meet them. So many people care about their well-being that don't even have to know who they are, but that America does care, and our trips are kind of the outcome of the kindness that does exist in this country.
That's great. Well, help veterans, waypointvets.org. O-R-G, is that correct?
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great to see you, Sarah.
My gosh, Steve. Yeah.
They got us packed and stacked here for the 2025 edition, so I'm glad you were able to get by, and I hope all goes well. And listeners out there, feel free from $5 to $5 million. Whatever you can toss in would be good,
we'll
right?
Put it to work. We will put it to work, I guarantee.
Sarah Lee, just like the bakery people. I always think about that when I see Sarah Lee products, and so I say Sarah Lee. All right, we'll be back with more live from the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I guess that's my cue. Back to work we go. Coming to you live from the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. I got some new guests coming in. Cody, and what's your name?
That's Cody Birch, and
that's
I'm Brian
Cody.
Martin. Yep.
Cody and Brian.
Yep.
Good to meet you guys.
Likewise. Glad to be here.
Indeed. Okay, well, I'm Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We've been doing truck radio I started in 1996 with my father.
Okay, right on.
Been doing it for a minute then.
Who was a.k.a. the Truckin' Bozo.
Yeah.
Who started that show in 1984.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So you need headphones so you can hear what I'm saying. Too loud? They good?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to hear what you're saying. Yeah, you guys are with
that's a lot better.
Chrome Shop Mafia. Is that the name of it?
Yeah, we're from 4 State Trucks, Joplin, Missouri, which is home of the Chrome Shop Mafia. And we sell full-line truck accessories, customized trucks. Cody runs our metal fabrication department, so we are all things trucks.
Okay, I've heard of the Chrome Shop Mafia for many, many years, and you guys, you do a big truck show every year, don't you? Is that the 4 State Trucks?
Almost. We do it every other year. It got so big because we're bumping 700-800 trucks and a lot of festivities. We've started doing it every other year. The lucky thing is September 2025 is our next show, so it is coming up this year.
This year, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't realize it was in every other. I've never been down to it. I mean, I've been to a few shows years ago when they had the Great American down in Dallas. Got to get to go there a few times. I go back far enough when they actually had a big show in Las Vegas.
Yep.
I got to go to that show for a few years, but those are all gone by the wayside.
Remember, what was the East Coast? Was it like Boston and then Baltimore? They would bounce around?
Right.
And then Dallas and Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Days gone by.
GBAT's Guilty by Association was what it was every year for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then in 2018, I think was the last annual. It had been every other year since then. So.
Okay. All right. So tell me a little bit about, I've heard of the Chrome Shop Mafia. I'm thinking, okay, big Chrome Shop. Is that what all you guys do?
Yeah, we're right there in Joplin, just off 44, across the street from the Petro. Been there since '79, so we're pretty well established. And, started out just working on trucks, selling salvage and selling mechanical parts, and then we kind of made that step into chrome 30 years ago. And now we are a full-blown chrome and accessories shop. We've got on-site metal fabrication. Cody and his guys can build you anything you can imagine out of stainless, aluminum, diamond plate. We offer installation, but we ship parts every day. We got guys and gals on the phone taking orders, modern website. There's just about anything for the inside or outside of your truck. We can probably hook you up with it.
So what, people come in with just an idea that they want something custom made. I've got this vision. I want this or that. And you just kind of work with them to build it?
It's on all different scales. So, yeah, I mean, we have people come in, just an idea, maybe a drawing on a napkin they came up with when they were stopped the last time. We've got customers that are a little bit more technologically advanced. They come in with full-blown CADs, emailing them to us, to build things. It all depends. Mm-hmm. And we try and stay open to that one-off custom. So we do a little bit of production work. Probably 50% or so of what we do is production. But mostly we stay open to that one-off custom stuff where we're not stopping a production run of 10,000 parts to build your one item,
Okay. So you do some big jobs?
Yeah, so we do all different scales, really. We do a lot of I'd say 1 day to 1 week jobs probably.
Yeah, the great thing is a trucker can come in there with no appointment. He may just want to pick out a seat, get it installed, and leave. Mm-hmm. He may want to get full fenders on, get them installed, leave the next day. Or he may want to work with Cody and Jimmy and do a 1 month long full truck exterior makeover. So we're flexible and open-minded to as big or as small as you want to go. We don't do those full tilt, top to bottom, inside and out, chop, suicide builds like we used to. But, we do upgrades from $100 to $40,000.
So when you say the inside out, what was it, Trick My Truck or something? Was that?
Yeah, that was a TV show we did back in, I kind of lose track, 2000, maybe 7, 8, 9. We did 41 episodes back then, 3 seasons, and then we kind of jumped off that bandwagon and, just went back to our normal business there at 4 State Trucks. And it was the original home of the Chrome Shop Mafia before Trick My Truck, and it remains the Chrome Shop Mafia afterwards.
I just they all kind of run together in my
exactly.
mind.
Yeah.
I remember the guys that did the choppers, the Orange County chopper guys.
Yeah.
Paul and whatever his name was. So
Paul and Paul Jr. Yeah.
You guys did kind of the truck edition of what they were kind of doing with the choppers.
It was a little bit like that. On Trick My Truck, it was usually, a driver, owner-operator, for one reason or another, was down on his luck. Maybe it was health, maybe it was financial, maybe it was mechanical. And then the Chrome Shop Mafia would swoop in, make over their truck, and they'd ride off into the sunset. But it was a great concept for a TV show. Everybody loved it, from 6 years old to 86 years old, and it was just a hit. But like I said, we did 3 seasons and then kind of went back to the regular grind.
Kind of fun fact, I don't think I ever told you this. I was stationed in Germany in 2004 and 2005. And in 2005, I remember sitting in the barracks, and somebody was watching Trick My Truck.
Gotcha.
And I had no idea that it was even being done in my hometown.
Right.
Until I moved back.
Wow. And then you work with them.
Yeah.
Yep. Cody's ran the shop for how many years?
Been there 18 years and been running the fab shop for about 10 of them. So.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I think when they say small world, they're not kidding, are they?
Yeah, no.
All right. Well, we're coming up on a news break here. When we come back, I want to know what some of the other services you offer, some of the things you do. Tell me what folks can find, where they can find you here in Louisville.
Right on.
During the next 3 days, and what kind of stuff you got going on here.
Okay.
That'll all be coming up here. All right. So we'll take a pause there, get a news update, rolling into our third hour. From the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky is the place. We'll be here live till 5 this afternoon. I think the show closes down at 6 this evening. Then they have their big opening reception in the South Wing lobby, I believe that is. Stop by, have a drink, socialize a little bit, listen to some bluegrass music. Back after this, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. A federal judge temporarily blocked the administration from deporting violent illegal immigrants to El Salvador using a wartime law. In a 2-1 decision yesterday, the panel of judges sided with the regional judge over the commander-in-chief at the executive branch of government. This emboldened Judge James Boasberg to now demand the government explain today the Signal app addition of a journalist during the attack of Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These judges are playing politics over the Constitution, so says Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
In the last 100 years, listen to this, 67% of the injunctions issued against a president were issued against one president alone, and that's Donald J. Trump. Something that unusual is happening, something that is out of the norm. It is a dangerous trend, and it violates equal justice under law, that critical principle. It violates our system itself.
So says Missouri Senator Josh Hawley.
I think it's time that we reined in district court judges who are trying.
Relishes the killing of Americans. In a statement, a Homeland Security spokesperson said their investigation found Ramesha Ozturk was supporting a foreign terrorist group and is grounds for visa issuance to be terminated. Ozturk is reportedly in custody in an ICE processing center in Louisiana. Environmental activists are protesting the Dodgers home opener. Zan Dubin, with the group Dodger Fans Against Fossil Fuels, says more than 27,000 fans have signed an open letter to Dodgers owner Mark Walter, urging him to cut ties with Phillips 66. Phillips 66 has been a decades-long sponsor of the Dodgers. The New Jersey Lottery says a $1.5 million Cash 5 ticket was sold at La Bodega in Atlantic City. The store will get a $2,000 bonus. Lottery officials say it's the second largest jackpot of the year in New Jersey. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
3 United States Postal Service workers in New York City are being accused of drugging and attempting to rape a coworker. Today, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg announced the charges against the 3 men. He says they drugged their female coworker at the post office during an after-work party celebration and then dragged her to the back of a postal truck where one of the men attempted to rape her. The charges allege attempted rape, sexual abuse, and forcible touching. President Trump says he could extend the deadline for an upcoming TikTok social media ban.
Speaking to reporters Wednesday, Trump also said he might give China a reduction in tariffs if its government approves a TikTok deal brokered by America.
Well, there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else.
TikTok's fate has been up in the air for months due to a bill which forces its Chinese-owned parent company, ByteDance, to sell the app to a non-Chinese buyer or be banned in the U.S. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The muscle behind AI development, NVIDIA, may be expanding their business model. Matt Mattinson reports.
NVIDIA may be getting into the server rental business. According to The Information, the semiconductor giant is close to a deal to purchase Lepton AI, a company that rents out servers that are powered by NVIDIA's AI chips. The report says the deal is worth several $100 million.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, for those that are tuned in at this moment in time, it's not the overnight drive, it's the middle of the afternoon drive. But we will be repeating our program during our normal business hours, which is midnight to 5 a.m. We do it overnight. We keep the drivers awake, rolling down the highways. That's our job.
Well done.
Welcome back, gentlemen. All right, thank you for hanging out with us. So this is day number one. We're just a couple of hours in. What do you got going on here in Louisville the next couple of days?
We've got our big booth, as always. I think we've been coming down here like you for 20-some years. Right here in the North Wing, booth 14240. All kinds of chrome and accessories. We got our latest show truck in the booth, the 100-proof Kenworth, 2024 Kenworth, which is actually for sale. So if you need a new Kenworth, that's customized. You can leave with it this weekend.
Oh, boy.
But, we look forward to seeing all of our customers down here in Matt's every year. It's kind of a big old family reunion.
What kind of probably set you back a pretty penny to take that?
You can own that little rascal for $299,000.
Wow.
It is a 100-year anniversary truck, and it is obviously from the Chrome Shop Mafia, customized.
Yeah.
But it's a gorgeous truck inside and out, as it should be. But, literally, somebody can leave here with that truck Saturday.
So who came to you to do that? I mean, since it was their 100th anniversary, did they come to you and say, hey, let's do something special? Or
No, we buy a truck every let's say in the fall, and then we'll customize it over the winter and spring, and then launch it here at Louisville. And a lot of times it sells right here at this show. Sometimes it goes on into summer before we sell it, but we use that money, and then we go buy another truck for the upcoming year. So this last year was Kenworth year.
How about that?
Of course, the year before was a 389 Peterbilt that a lot of people might remember, the ranch hand truck. It was in our booth last year.
Which is the one that they just announced they're going to retire next year? You're going to have to buy one of those, aren't you?
That is the Kenworth W900L. Yeah, 26 as the rumor goes. It's going to be the last year for the big square-hooded Kenworth. That's kind of a sad day.
I mean, yeah, that's been kind of the big buzz over the past week.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying, man, that's going back to the, 61 or something?
Way back, for sure.
Yeah. When they first came out with it. And that's been featured in all the big trucking movies, you know?
Oh, yeah. You bet.
Yeah, kind of like when the 389 Peterbilt left us. What was it, last year?
A lot of sad faces out there in the trucking industry.
What's the idea? Is it because they're trying to go to the more aerodynamic?
Yes.
That big hood is just too much wind resistance? Is that the premise? Or?
Yeah. Push the fuel mileage, energy efficiency, things like that. So the big square-hooded trucks slowly gets squashed out.
Right. So, I mean, under the previous administration, we were on this big push thinking we were all going to have to be driving electric trucks in a few years. Sounds like we're going back on that.
Yeah.
That's being rolled back. The diesel engine is going to be around for the foreseeable future, right? There's no escaping that, right?
100%. I'm not too worried about electric trucks taking over the industry anytime soon.
So tell me a little bit more about what you guys do there in Joplin.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're kind of famous for our website, fourstatetrucks.com. I mean, it's expansive. You can get everything under the sun there. A lot of times you're going to order your parts in the morning. They're going to ship that day or the next day for sure. So we do collision parts, chrome and accessories, just about anything you can think of. We got a big call center where, a lot of truckers, they want to call, talk to a salesperson about, hey, this is my year, make, and model. Now, if I buy this exhaust kit, what am I going to need for brackets or bolts? How long is it going to take to install? What's the shipping? Things like that. So we've still got, I think, 13, 15 people in the call center answering ringing phones all day long. And if you're boogieing down I-44, stop in. It's a huge showroom. I mean, drivers, if they have time, can spend a couple of hours there looking up and down every aisle. It's a fun stop. It kind of like outdoor enthusiast likes to go to Bass Pro Shops. You know, an owner-operator or trucker, they like to come to Four State Trucks.
And you better bring your credit card.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you?
These guys, I mean, there are some that really get, I mean, addicted to the chrome, right? It's
Yeah, well, you know, like that is their office, that is their business, that is their calling card. And yeah, I call it an addiction, call it pride. They want it to look a certain way. They want it to look better than their buddy's truck, and they're proud of it, you know.
So I know here at the Mid-America, obviously one of the big things is there's a ton of show trucks out there. I'm assuming that a lot of those vehicles out there will have some of your handiwork in them.
Yeah, there's typically 175, 200 trucks out here at Matt's in the PKY show, and I'd have to say, Cody, 70% of them are our customers one way, shape, or form.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a large percentage of them that feature at least some of our work or parts off the shelf.
Yep. A lot of friends.
Yeah, you were talking about the warehouse. How many square feet is the warehouse again?
It's over 100,000 feet.
Yeah.
So, you know, it takes a while to walk from one end of the warehouse to the other.
Right.
And then we get, you know, you mentioned the show trucks, and Brian, you mentioned, you know, these trucks are their office, their business, their livelihood. They want something that's a little bit different from what everybody else has. And so, you know, that's where we may have a 100,000 square foot warehouse full of parts, but everybody wants something a little bit different. And so that's a lot of what we do too, is people coming in with an idea for something different that nobody else has, and we'll try and make that a reality.
So when it comes to these fancy looking trucks out there, are they all supposed to be work trucks?
There is a limited mileage class. So if you've got a trailer pony, you know, there is a class for that in limited mileage, but the far majority of them, yes, they are working show trucks. And there's trucks out there that are just amazing in every way, shape, or form. And then there's some just real nice everyday work trucks out there. So it is a diverse show and a ton of fun. I mean, if you're a truck enthusiast, you got to walk the show lot here at Matt's. It's incredible.
So that's kind of what you guys do with your what do you call it there? The show you have there in Joplin.
Yeah, it's the same concept. The Guilty by Association truck show.
I skipped my mind.
Yeah, coming up this September. Now, it's pretty much it's not really a trade show like you've got here at Matt's. It's an outdoor show and shine.
I hear it's more like a carnival-like atmosphere.
It is.
It's kind of a festival kind of thing.
You can bring the kids, the wife, uncle, grandpa, and there is something to do all day, all night, in conjunction with appreciating a whole bunch of working show trucks. We've got demo derbies. We got truck and tractor pulls. We got stunts. We got top line country music entertainment on Saturday. We've got a convoy where all the drivers that want to donate $100 to Special Olympics can do the convoy to downtown Joplin, which is just a blast. Those drivers have so much fun doing that on Saturday night.
And is that like where you have all the lights, the trucks are lit up kind of thing?
Yep.
Because I've seen some of the videos of that. That's pretty cool.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on at the shows. I mean, we had monster trucks last year. I mean, you name it. But hands down to me, the best part is the convoy. You get, you know, a 500 truck convoy going to downtown Joplin and have a concert and a street party.
And I guess all the people line up on the streets to watch it. You're honking the horns. Some of the guys throwing candy out the window and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I ask people, the drivers, what do you like most about the Guilty by Association truck show? It's that convoy and parking downtown under the old street lights and hanging out, you know, till the music ends. So it's definitely a highlight of the weekend for them. And it's a highlight for the city of Joplin. You know, all the locals come out and get a free show.
And it really shows how, in a lot of ways, how big-hearted this industry is. You know, a lot of the drivers can have a Special Olympics athlete ride with them in their truck.
Yeah.
This industry comes out really big. Anything they can do to help kids, or, you know.
So obviously, I'm thinking you guys, you know, kind of running a chrome shop, and then you have a truck show. What are judges looking for? I mean, does chrome really lead toward winning a trophy, or what are judges looking for when they're looking at these trucks?
This is going to be, is this our 13th or 14th show? 13th?
14th.
Okay, 14th. I'll go with that, 14th. But we've always, back to show one, our show is largely unjudged. So it's not, quote, competitive.
Mhm.
It's just camaraderie, good time, all for one for all. There's 2 classes at our show. There's actually 3. People's Choice, which any attendee can cast a vote. The trucks are all numbered, of course. And then every competitor that enters his truck gets to vote for his favorite bobtail of the entire show and his favorite combo in the entire show. And that's our 3 awards. So really the competitors are the judges. But it's just a laid-back, fun get-together. Whereas the show here at Matt's, the PKY show, it's highly competitive, very intensely judged, and it's a great show. It's
Right.
the Super Bowl of competitive truck shows.
What are the judges looking for here? You have any idea?
I mean, there's a lot of overall theme, delivery. There's a lot of just cleanliness, alignment, correctness, and fitment of everything like that. A little bit is driver presentation. Chrome and lights kind of weighs in there, but
Yeah.
it's a bona fide, I would say probably a 25 or 30-point scorecard.
Oh, yeah.
That's very structured to give you an overall rating on the truck. But, yeah, it's from driver presentation to paint to cleanliness and everything in between.
Originality and things like that are going to go into it as well.
I mean, I know over the years, I don't get a chance. I sit here 5
Right.
hours every day. I don't get to see most of what's going on out there.
Yeah.
And but I do get to see on occasion some. These guys put a ton of money in. Full paint schemes on their truck and their trailer and everything is.
Oh, there's some trucks out there undoubtedly have $70,000 paint jobs,
Oh,
and that
easily.
doesn't count the lights, the stacks, the seats, the steering wheel, all the stainless on the outside. But I mean, you can take it as far as you want, and some do, and they're just so amazing to look at. Every year, you think, what's next? How are they going to raise the bar from what I saw in 2024? But they do it year after year out there,
It's pretty cool stuff. So, kind of, let's recap here what you guys have going on. You're here for the next 3 days, obviously, at the Mid-America Truck Show.
Uh-huh.
Come on by your booth and see what you got the Kenworth back there. That
Yep, 100 proof. Look for the big red and white Kenworth.
Yep. And we've got a lot of new products featured. Everything store-wide is on some sort of a sale for the show.
Free shipping on if you buy this weekend. And this gives a chance for our sales force to meet a lot of their customers. So many of them just have phone relationships or email relationships, and we've got 15, 16 guys and gals here, and it's a good time for them to connect face-to-face, put a name with a truck, face with a truck, and it is a lot of work for us, but we love coming down here to Matt's.
Find you on the internet, Chrome Shop Mafia, 4State Truck. Is it all like .com, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, 4statetrucks.com is where you go for parts, and then chromeshopmafia.com if you want to get the dates for the truck show or FAQs, what you're going to see at the truck show. That's more chromeshopmafia.com, but you can jump from one to the other pretty easily.
I thank you, gentlemen, for coming by. I see our next guest has just stepped into the green room. You might recognize that guy. It's the boss.
That is the big man.
It's the boss man.
We better get out of here, Cody. We better get out of here.
Thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining
Steve.
us. Yeah, Toby Young coming up right after this, live from the 2025 edition of the Mid-American Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, we're just rolling on from one to the next to the next. I told those gentlemen with the Chrome Shop Mafia 4State Trucks there, I said our next guest just stepped in. I said, you might recognize him. And they turned around and they said, "It's the boss. We better get out of here."
No, he's the boss, man.
Toby Young is actually the boss man. He's the one that puts this all together. Thanks for having us back here, Louisville, Kentucky, the 2025 edition. How we doing, Toby?
Feels good. Feels good to be back. Crowds look good. Exhibitors seem happy. We're happy with where we're at.
I mean, so day number one, it's always if you have any bugs, everything working out. There's always.
Oh, there's always lots of bugs. We just hope that you don't see them.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a gentleman earlier that he runs a little jamboree thing somewhere down south every year, and he said it takes a lot of work just to get that together. How do you put something of this magnitude together? And I mean, it does take all year long to do, right?
It is. It's a full-time job for the full year. It just takes a lot of planning. We have the benefit of having taken place now for 52 years. It's our 53rd year, and so at some point it's a lot of the same, but every year is different. New exhibitors, new attendees, technology changes, how we disseminate the information changes, and so it's always just a new show, and so we just start from scratch each year just as one ends and just get rolling and do everything we can and put together the best show we can.
So I do know that one thing that's definitively different is the West Wing. I guess you're going to be doing renovations. They're going to be doing updates here. Everything got kind of. How is the South Wing? I mean, used to be some empty space. I bet there ain't no space down there now.
No, we took it pretty much all the way to the bottom this year. We did a post-show survey coming out of last year's show, and just, the idea of one side of Freedom Hall is half the show, and then the other half of the show is on the other side. And so we just wanted to create a more connected show, and so put everybody together in one contiguous hall.
Mm-hmm.
And then as well, it's not down this year, but the West Wing is supposed to be torn down here. We won't see it next year, and so we wanted to get ahead of that, go ahead and let them get started on some of their construction processes. So West Wing is supposed to be taken down, and then probably by our 2027 show, we'll have a brand new wing behind the West Wing, and then by the 28 or 29 show, they'll renovate the West Wing. And so this facility will go from being like a top 10 to a top 5 trade show facility in the country.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're hoping to take full advantage of it.
Bigger and better.
Yeah.
I guess, I think some of their construction stuff must be underway, because it was a little inconvenient for me to get in. We're staying like out here on the back side. Last year I could go across the street and get in. I can't get Gate 3 shut down, Gate 4 shut down. And
yeah. So that's that has something to do with construction. They're just kind of cleaning up everything, making the gates better, modern technology so we can get the attendees and cars in quicker. But they're having some supply chain issues. And so I've been told that some of the very important things like transformers aren't available, and so that project was supposed to be finished by February. It's now June or worse, and so we don't have the benefit of Gate 4, but still there's other gates. They did open Gate 2, which is also on Crittenden Drive, so you can still get in. It's just different. Gate 2 is not as big as Gate 4, and it's definitely not convenient for you at that hotel.
You're right, because I had to go all the way around. But that's all right. We could now we know we'll leave a little bit earlier tomorrow morning.
For sure. Yeah.
So how's things going? I mean, Thursday, looks like things are kicking off pretty busy out there on the showroom floor here.
Absolutely. So pre-registration was up. You still have that anticipation of when will everybody show up, what's the weather going to be like, all that type of stuff. But we got some great weather, lots of people out there, over 850 exhibitors, over 45,000 pre-registrants, and we're still registering thousands of people each day on site, so we're real happy with where we're at.
Okay, so anything that you could point out that's maybe new this year? Was it last year when they first moved the show trucks out front? Is that the case where the show trucks are this year?
Yeah, so last year was the first year moving the show trucks in front of the West Wing, so this is our second year. Of course, you get it in your second year and you do things better, so we've refined some things, have some other like custom truck exhibits that will help draw you out to the Truck Beauty Championship, so we're real happy with how it's coming together as far as cohesiveness. Everything is now in front of the building. We have our off-site truck parking outside of Gate 1, and so everything is just much more connected and convenient for the attendees and exhibitors.
Okay, because I knew that that area where all those show trucks are used to be kind of parking for people to come in, so everything's kind of moved kind of off to the side now, or? Yeah,
so it doesn't take up a ton of room, but yeah, we've offset a little bit of parking. Now we have more parking on the back side of the facility where we can bring people in and up and over the overhead pedway in the north wing, and then put them into our largest registration area. Previously, we had smaller registration areas in the west wing and pavilion, so we think it'll be more convenient. We've kind of isolated all of our registration areas to just a few spots, and it just helps with our service, getting attendees on the show floor as quickly as possible.
Okay. Well, how's Dad? I ask every year. You doing all right?
He's doing great. Still part of the show. Still comes out every year. Looks forward to it.
I got to see him briefly last year. He makes his way over, just to say hi and whatnot, but still.
Absolutely. And then during setup, he and I are competing to see who stays later. He wants to stay later than I do, but I got stuff to do, so it's great to have him as part of the show, and love it that there's some exhibitors that expect him to come out and see him every year. It's really great for him.
That's pretty cool, yeah. Now, you've been running this for how many years now? When's your dad kind of step aside?
So I came on board full-time in 2001. I've worked every show since 1992, and I think he kind of... pretty shortly after I came on board, he started kind of phasing out and just, watching and guiding and things like that. So I've been at the helm for probably, it's about 20 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting ride, and really enjoyed. It's never a dull moment. The show's always something new.
So I do see, where's the food court now? Because that used to be over on the West Wing. Where do people go get something? I mean, you got your normal concession areas, I guess, but the food court is where?
So in the past, we didn't have all the concession areas open. So now with this new configuration, we do have all those concession areas open, and the food court is now at the bottom of the South Wing, which is where we've had it for a while now, but we've made it bigger. And then also we've got some food trucks out front. Again, kind of that cohesiveness. You go from the show to the outdoor exhibits. That's where the food court is, and then you can make your way to the Truck Beauty Championships.
Okay, very good. And when are the trophies handed out? Is that on Friday or Saturday?
It's Saturday, 10 a.m. is when we'll start the award ceremony, and a big rig build-off, and all the classes that we have, it'll all be given away right then at 10 a.m. in B103 is where that room is.
Okay, so and there's all kinds of any FMCSA guys here this year, do you know?
Oh, absolutely. So we just had our opening breakfast this morning. We had FMCSA was in attendance, 2 guys from there. They had a full presentation on how they're changing registration and trying to combat some of that freight fraud. We had Louis Pugh was on the panel as well with OOIDA.
Okay.
And then had some trucking professionals, just some small and medium-sized fleets that were just there to share their education experience with our attendees. It was a really great event, really well attended. We're looking forward to it growing next year.
Very good. Well, speaking of Louis Pugh, he's going to be our next guest. He's coming in right behind you.
Uh-oh. He's a better speaker than I am. He proved it today.
I mean, there's a lot of things going on in the trucking world right now, so yeah, we'll get the update from him. Well, as always, I don't guess I'm not going to make you give the whole life story and everything again like I normally do, but I appreciate you taking the time out to come by. I know it's very, very busy for your schedule, but it's always good to see you.
We wouldn't miss it. We love meeting up with Steve, and can't wait to see you the next year and the next year and the next year.
I hope I get to come back next year and the next year and all that. Yes,
sir.
Indeed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Toby Young, there you go. He's the guy that kind of puts it all together over the year with the family. It's a family-oriented thing, but... So we are underway at the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. As I mentioned, coming up, we'll get a news break here. Louis Pugh, who is the Executive Vice President of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, will be slipping into the hot seat. And I think George is back with him again. George works with the Washington, D.C., the legislative lobbying, I guess you'd call it, in Washington, D.C. That's all coming up live from Louisville, Kentucky.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. A federal judge temporarily blocked the administration from deporting violent illegal immigrants to El Salvador using a wartime law. In a 2-1 decision yesterday, the panel of judges sided with the regional judge over the commander-in-chief at the executive branch of government. This emboldened Judge James Boasberg to now demand the government explain today the Signal app addition of a journalist during the attack of Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These judges are playing politics over the Constitution, so says Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
In the last 100 years, listen to this, 67% of the injunctions issued against a president were issued against one president alone, and that's Donald J. Trump. Something unusual is happening, something that is out of the norm. It is a dangerous trend, and it violates equal justice under law, that critical principle. It violates our system itself.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Welcome back. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, you're with us till the top of the hour. I think there's plenty going on that we could talk about to fill that time. Of course, Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA. George, I remember your first name. I can't recall your last.
George O'Connor.
George O'Connor, there you go.
Communications Director for
I think your third consecutive year joining us over here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah.
That's right. Great memory.
All right, you've had a busy schedule there, Louis. You were in D.C. yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I was still in D.C. at this time yesterday. I think, in fact, I was just getting out of a hearing about this time yesterday and heading for the airport and to fly down here.
All right, so I told all the listeners, I said we're going to get a full report. I'm going to inquire about the newly announced, I guess, administrator for the FMCSA. but it has to be confirmed by the Senate. I don't think that's going to be an issue being confirmed, but we'll get to him in a couple of minutes. What happened to the chick that just got appointed 2 weeks ago, the acting administrator? She went through the revolving door or what?
Yeah, well, it seems like it's a big thing at FMCSA right now. They have a huge revolving door. It seems like
it's been the case.
Yeah, it's been the case for a while, which doesn't help anybody, unfortunately. I mean, it's good because new regulations aren't happening, but good regulations aren't happening either. So there are some good ones out there that we'd like to see, like this broker transparency rule. And to get rid of these speed limiters, we need somebody to stay in office long enough to kill that. So maybe we get this new one, we'll get one. But, yeah, it was kind of a shock. I flew out about a month ago, met with Miss Adrian. I thought she showed some real promise, was really interested in the industry, hearing from industry. Had a couple conversations with her after our first face-to-face meeting. In fact, we talked about what she should talk about down here and brought up the foreign drivers, the non-domiciled CDL, brought up the broker transparency and some of that stuff, the speed limiter. I've told her, of course, she didn't stay long in FMCSA, if you want to be heroes at MATS, let's get rid of the speed limiter once and for all. Put her to bed. And as you see, they didn't take my advice. I guess they think they know better.
They actually use. I mean, it's technically it's on the plate. They were supposed to issue something here 6 months ago, a year ago, year and a half. It keeps getting kicked down the road. But is there still a push by some to get those implemented?
I think it's a push by American Trucking Association and some of the safety advocates for sure. I mean, they definitely still want it. I don't think they're going to get it. I think we saw the last time President Trump was elected, he put it to the back burner, and I think it'll good. Again, I think the reason that it didn't get passed over the last 4 years and continue to get kicked down the curb is because truckers did take the time to file the comments. I mean, they got almost 16,000 comments, which was record-breaking. They reached out, our members and other truckers, and OOIDA kept this on the forefront. We kept this in front of Congress. We kept this in front of everybody and how bad it was. And I don't think they had the intestinal fortitude to go on with it, so it just got pushed to this new administration, which I think will be good for truckers. I do think it will go away. It's just a matter of how long. We're continuing the fight, though, on Capitol Hill because we really want to get that Drive Act passed, get it back out and get it passed, because that'll remove funding, and that'll just kill it forever. It goes away. We won't have to worry about it.
All right. Is that the one that has, which is the one that has the guaranteed overtime for truckers? What do you think about that legislation?
That's the God Trucker Act, just released a couple weeks ago. Touched on it in my hearing yesterday because T&I didn't really have oversight over that. But, we'd like to see it go where? I think members of Congress and other people are starting to realize part of the problem we have out here is we don't pay truckers. We don't invest in drivers like we should. I mean, why the hell doesn't a trucker get overtime? I mean, he works 60, 70 hours a week, and he should get time and a half. And the sad thing that we're reminding folks, President Trump, ran on and continues to say he wants to remove taxes on overtime for the American worker. Truckers don't even get it, which is what I tell lawmakers. And the sad thing is, if you are a trucker and you do work for a carrier that pays it, you're still going to have to pay taxes on it because it's tied to that whole Fair Labor Standards Act thing. It says trucking's exempt. They're still going to have to pay taxes on their overtime if they get it. So the Congress needs to pass this bill and get that out of there.
I mean, the big question, how do you pay overtime when you're being paid by the mile? That would be, how would that work?
Well, it's real easy. They got to sit down and, I guess it sounds, but it is easy. You figure up over the week how many hours they worked, how much they made. You have to go back and look at your wage requirements and all that stuff. And if they didn't make it much, they're going to have to pony up some extra money for it.
Okay.
And put it in there.
The ELDs. So.
Yeah, and, the big problem has been since, they passed this in 1938 is we don't know where these truck drivers are at. Are they working? Are they at the truck stop flirting with the waitresses? Are they sleeping? We don't know. Well, these carriers wanted this freaking ELD, and they got her. Well, the ELD knows where they're at and what they're doing. So, quit saying we don't know where they are.
So you can track the hours. I got you.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Track them all now. That's what they wanted, right?
Let's get a full report. Yesterday, D.C., there was a panel, I believe 5 individuals. You were one of those that were testifying. Was it a Senate or a House committee? What was that?
House Transportation Infrastructure Subcommittee.
Okay.
It was How American Trucking Affects America or something like that was the title of it. And it was myself, somebody from Truckload Carriers, a guy from Teamsters, people from the shipping industry, and Farm Bureau. And it was all about trucking, the new highway bill, what they need to be thinking about getting in the highway bill, what not to do, what to do. Of course, we were there representing small business carriers and employee drivers and what they needed. Truck parking.
Okay.
We need that.
There was a piece of legislation. Has it been reintroduced to $750 million?
Yeah, it was reintroduced about a month ago. Congressman Bost, again, it's out there. You can go to Fighting for Truckers and find all this stuff. But it was reintroduced. We talked about that. Everybody pretty much agreed on the parking. We talked about security with freight and stuff. Everybody kind of agreed on that. We talked about this non-domicile CDL. Or I guess we didn't. I did. Mm-hmm. And foreign drivers and English speaking.
That's a big topic. I want to delve into that. Yeah, especially, since that Austin accident, the individual that killed, 5 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's all of a sudden getting national attention. And I guess there are some saying, I've seen so many comments where the average American says, you can't get a CDL. It's like, oh, yes, you can. They said if they can't speak English or read English, how can they get a CDL?
Because unfortunately, there's some states out there that aren't really following the regulations, and they're allowing them to have interpreters to take their tests. And so that's how they read. And that's a real problem. It is a huge problem. Plus, we have these non-domicile CDLs, which the American Trucking Association wanted that, and they got it in 2019. And they wanted it mainly for drivers to get their license in a different state. But what it's done, it's opened Pandora's box to allow all these people come in here from all over the world. And the sad thing is, Steve, we don't even know who these people are.
Correct.
Nobody's tracking it. Nobody's keeping track of who they are, what they're doing, or anything. So that's the real sad thing here. And OOIDA's tried to find this information out. And enforcement's getting frustrated. Truckers are frustrated. American people should be frustrated because you're right. If you can't read, how do you know what a sign says or if there's an emergency or a runaway truck ramp?
So the Green Book, as they call it, the Green Book still has that in the written form that's supposed to be the rules. What happened to where they're no longer enforcing it, or did they ever enforce it?
Well, they did enforce it. Some states still enforce the regulation. The problem we have now is it's not an out of service. Because in 2015, CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, who decides all the out of service criteria, they took it out. And so
the FMCSA, even though it's in the book, the CVSA kind of dictates what is enforced and what's not?
Yeah, they take the big green book and they figure out what rules in there should be considered out of service.
Okay.
Like what regulations really come down to safety and death or accidents or something like that. So they pick and choose on these accidents. People can petition them. And they got petitioned to take it out because there was no proof that this was an intimate danger. That's what it is, intimate danger.
Okay, and I think that's being proven on a pretty regular basis now that's changed. If it wasn't then, it sure as hell is now.
There's some people still wanting to have research on that and prove that it's being said. And I think it's pretty common sense. If you can't read a sign, and you probably shouldn't be driving a truck.
How many drivers need to miss an escape route when the runaway truck because they couldn't read the sign?
What happened in Colorado?
Right.
Remember?
Uh-huh.
That kid had to have an interpreter, so how do we know he couldn't read the signs? We want that mountain kill all them people.
And this was brought up at the hearing yesterday as well. One of the representatives asked across the panel, who here would be in favor of the English proficiency requirement? Every single witness across, from the Teamsters to OOIDA to the shippers to the Farm Bureau, everybody put their hand up
Really?
and said, absolutely, this should be a requirement.
Was the ATA represented there?
No, they wanted people
because I was going to say, if they wouldn't have put their hand up, would they?
No, they needed people who knew about trucking.
Okay. That's amazing. Well, who was the dimwit that tried to argue with you about a driver shortage? Trying to tell you that there is a driver shortage?
Yeah, that's the same guy who said that a heavier truck isn't a bigger truck. So yeah, it was from the shipping. They're representing shippers, and it works for a big construction aggregate company. And he was pushing heavier trucks, and not necessarily longer, just heavier. But according to him, that didn't make a truck bigger, even though it was heavier.
Okay. Driver shortage. We've spent the last 3 years trying to, we're still watching the playing field kind of level out. Less drivers, people losing their jobs because...
we got an overcapacity.
Right.
That's why rates are in the shitter.
And the freight rates are in the dumpster,
Yeah.
So...
It's so stupid. You can't have a 90% plus turnover rate and still have a shortage. You just can't have both. It doesn't work that way. And it's all bullshit, and it's been bled and said for 40 years to drive all this bullshit legislation to where we're not training truckers, we're not paying truckers, and now we're using truckers who can't speak the English language.
Right.
Not to mention all the other problems in our friggin' industry.
All right, so I was talking to you before we got started here. The FMCSA, the revolving door. The new guy, what's his name, Derek?
Derek Bars.
Derek Bars. All right, so first I heard of this was just before our Wednesday morning program because we came down yesterday afternoon. So we were on live. I'm looking at the background associated with the American Trucking Association, all right, associated of the Florida Trucking Association. What you think this guy's going to be on the right track? Because we know the ATA is pushing the ELDs. Is he going to be kind of in their back pocket to push for the ELDs?
I don't know where he'll land on that. I know Derek. I've served on board CVSA with Derek. He was, in fact, the industry president the last cycle. He just got off last year. He was very good to work with. He would listen. I spoke up in one CVS industry meeting when he was president because I kind of got hung out to dry in a meeting we were having in one of the committee meetings. I was the only one who spoke up against enforcement because they were doing some bullshit inspections on trucks. And I spoke up, and other industry people brought it to the attention. But then when the cops started pushing back, nobody'd speak up. But I spoke up. Mm-hmm. This is bullshit. And we know it is. And kind of got into a little heated argument. But nobody from industry had my back. Nobody else said a damn word. So when we went to our industry committee meeting, which is just industry, no cops, somebody brought up that there was this argument, I know why, and I explained it. And I said in that meeting, this is when Derek was president, I said, this is the bullshit. I said, you guys want to go out in the hall and complain about what enforcement's putting on you or at dinner or whatever. You got to stand up in these meetings. If you don't stand up and complain in these meetings or stand up, I said, none of you people had my back in that meeting. And if nobody stands up, that's why we get what we get. Mm-hmm. And Derek Bars, to his credit as president, and a past enforcement officer of the state of Florida said he's right. If you don't speak up against these cops are going to do whatever they want. So he kind of got on and had my back in that meeting. I appreciate that. So
he is more of that was another question some folks had. I mean, does he have any experience in actually truck driving? He's more of an advisor, was he?
He was Highway Patrol, and then he's Florida DOT. He's top copper and stuff. And then he moved into the private sector where he was working for trucking. I don't know exactly in what capacity completely. He never drove a truck, but he is well versed in the regulations. I think he's a guy. Now, granted, I know ATA supported him. I also know CVSA. We supported him as well because we know him. He's a known entity. Mm-hmm. I think he's a guy that'll listen. I think he's a guy, if he's allowed, will take information and do the right thing. But, the problem with that role for anybody, whether they're good or they're bad, there's a lot of bureaucratic crap that goes on behind the scenes that nobody ever hears about. And sometimes I feel like that administrator, which I'd love to see a trucker. I'd like to see Todd Spencer.
Well, yeah.
Todd Spencer would be great.
Have we ever had an actual CDL holder lead the FMCSA that you're aware of?
No.
I know there was a time when not one member on the whole board of the FMCSA held a CDL.
I think that's still the way it may be. As far as I know, I don't know if anybody in that building's got a CDL, I'll be honest with you. But that's what we'd love to see, but they don't seem to be interested in hiring them kind of people, so... I think Derek will do a good job if he's allowed to do what he wants, to do something. But I feel like a lot of times that's why it's such a revolving door. They don't allow these administrators to do anything. They run them around here and let them get yelled at or take the heat. But then they don't let them just say, they like, screw this, I'm out of here. I'm going to find something else to do.
Well, obviously, the president makes the appointments, and so who's advising? Who was giving Trump advice on, like who to appoint? Like was it the ATA? Is he listed to the ATA primarily because they're considered?
They have, and we met with these people. They have transition teams, and these transition teams reach out. Derek wasn't brought up by ATA or anything. Derek kind of went after this on his own. He wanted to try this job, and he put himself in. Yeah, I think it's okay to say it. Derek, he reached out to us and ATA and others to ask us for his support because we all know him. But this was something he wanted to do on his own, and that's why I think if he's allowed, he'll do some good for the industry because this is something he wanted to do to try to help trucking.
Okay.
So, and again, we'll see what happens.
So back to the English proficiency thing. Is there anything that other drivers or for the American people that weren't even familiar, what do you do to try to get that fixed? Because I think there's people dying out there with these people that can't read the signs.
Well, Steve, I'm going to be really blunt. What you need to do, the easiest way for me to tell you to do it, is go to fightingfortruckers.com. That's OOIDA's website. An OOIDA website. You can go in there and see everything we're working on legislatively, but you can find your lawmakers right there. You need to go to that site, and you need to either email or call your members from that site and tell them what the hell is going on out there. It's funny. I spent the last 3 days in Washington, D.C., Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was on the Hill for 2 of those days just talking to lawmakers and in my hearing yesterday. Most of the lawmakers don't even know this is going on yet. Mm-hmm. It's like when I brought this up, it was just like, what are you talking about? And they were just amazed that nobody's keeping track of this. So truckers need to pick up the phone. If we want to move the needle, OOIDA has already planted the seed out there, and we got some more stuff coming. We've already petitioned CVSA to make non-English speaking drivers and out of service again, to put that back in there. We know some enforcement state support us on this.
So Arkansas is one. I think they're definitely looking at it.
Definitely looking at Missouri is supportive, but we need to go at this from a legislative angle as well. So truckers, you need to call your lawmakers. That's the way we change things. We can get on social media and complain and gripe and bitch, but what you need to be doing is going to Fighting for Truckers, sending that same message in a professional way to your lawmaker.
If they don't hear from you, they don't think you care, right?
Yeah, they don't even know there's a problem. You don't know there's a problem, nobody tells you, and you don't know how big of a problem it is if you're not hearing anything. Because if they don't hear it much, they don't think it's a problem, and they don't care. That phone's... I'll give you a great example. The craziest time I've ever been in D.C. in the last 6 years I've had this job was a year ago in the spring. I was out there when they were going to get rid of TikTok. And I'm on Capitol Hill them days right before they're going to have the hearing on TikTok and get rid of TikTok or the vote. Mm-hmm. The freaking phones were ringing off the freaking... It was crazy. You go in them lawmakers' office, them staffers were freaking so sick of hearing about TikTok and everything. But you know what? They had everybody in them offices' attention. And if truckers would take the time to do that, because there's hundreds of thousands of truckers out there, mm-hmm. we could move mountains in D.C. in a very short time.
And there's even legislation. There's some of these bills we just talked about. The overtime pay.
Yeah.
There's probably lawmakers there that don't know that even exists, right?
There is 100%, and that's why I say fightingfortruckers.com. It's all there. You can send your lawmaker a message about any of this stuff faster than you can go on Facebook and bitch about it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing you need to do. So what do we got going on here in Louisville?
Oh, I tell you what, we're excited. We have a new booth location this year. We're at booth 235 where the North Wing and the South Wing connect, and it's a bigger booth. We got a lot going on there. We got some koozies and some hats and a simulator, just all this crazy cool new stuff here. We put this big thank you wall up for truckers on the backside of our booth. Stop by, sign our thank you wall. And the one thing I want everybody to know, we told our staff, myself and Todd, before we left to come down here, this is the year we want to be thanking truckers. And we should thank them every year, but we want to told our staff we want to make a specific effort. When somebody comes to our booth as a truck driver, just thank them for the job we do, because it's a tough job. It's been a tough 2 years. It's been really, really rough. Hopefully things are slowly turning around. But, this is the most thankless damn job in the world. Everybody's mad at you all the time. Everybody's in your pocket. So let's thank these men and women who are out here keeping this country going, because, where would this America be if it wasn't for the American trucker?
So you think that, have we hit the bottom, because they've been talking about the bottom of this cycle. Are the freight rates going to begin coming up? Or
It looks like slowly. I was at a panel this morning and with a guy from DAT, and he was talking, and from what our foundation, it feels like we've hit the bottom. We're just kind of rolling across the bottom, but slowly maybe it's going to start inching up. I don't think it's going to come up quickly. It took us a while to get here. It's going to take us a while to get back.
Mm-hmm. And you got the show truck here, the Spirit of the American Trucker?
It's out in the show lot with Marty, the captain of that.
Yes.
Him and a couple of my board members out there working and out there talking. And they got free stuff out there as well. Everybody likes to get their free junk at Matt's.
Right.
We got lots of free junk here.
So we doing membership renewals, membership sign-ups? What are you
Membership renewals for $35 if you're here at the show. The other thing I will tell people though, Steve, if you can't make it to the truck show, but you listen to the Steve Summers show and you're listening to this, call our main office at OOIDA tomorrow morning or the next day or whenever. Ask for our membership department. Tell them you heard this interview, and we'll give you the show price of $35 as well.
Very good.
Yep.
All
I
right.
understand some people got to make a living. They can't be down here playing.
Well, it's hard for people out in Salt Lake City to be here, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
100%.
All right, well, I appreciate you gentlemen stopping by once again. We'll have to stay up to speed here. We're going to be continuing to closely follow the FMCSA, fighting the ELDs, see what we can get done.
Hey, thanks for having us, Steve. It's always a pleasure to be on your show. Appreciate what you do and have done for our industry. And on behalf of me and everyone at OOIDA, thank you, truckers, for what you do. You're the real heroes of this country.
There you go. All right, Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. George O'Connor, Legislative Affairs, right? That'll work. We'll be back. We're live from the 2025 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. Louisville, Kentucky. It's day number 1. Got 2 big days yet to come your way. Friday, Saturday. Swing by and see us. We'll be back following the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in South America's Guyana today, making deals for both countries. Guyana is an English-speaking country on the eastern border of Venezuela and has a population of roughly 835,000 citizens. President Irfan Ali.
We're able to identify key infrastructure that are also critical to regional development as possible areas for investment and development. We have committed to working closely together on the deployment of our energy potential, ensuring greater integration, value creation, and regional energy security, food security, and enhanced trade through joint initiatives to remove hurdles and expand existing areas of interest is key for both countries. I'm confident that the outcome of this visit has further aligned our policy agendas, shared commitment and partnership that will see enormous benefits for our two countries and the region.
President Trump's new tariffs on automobiles are causing economic uncertainty to companies that don't build in the United States. Trump said an executive order putting 25% tariffs on foreign-made cars and trucks goes into effect in less than 1 week. The president said the order aims to increase domestic manufacturing of cars and auto parts. The FBI says one of the top leaders of the MS-13 terrorist organization has been arrested in Virginia. The unidentified 24-year-old was taken into custody this morning. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin in Manassas.
The illegal drug gangs, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, they are international terrorist organizations, and they are resident right here.
Thanks for lending us an ear today. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
With genetic testing company 23andMe filing for bankruptcy, privacy experts are warning the DNA of millions of people is up for sale.
Harvard Law professor I. Glenn Cohen.
Pay careful, close attention to what happens next. Be careful about clicking through anything that looks like a change in the privacy statement.
23andMe is known for its saliva-based test kits and offers customers a look into their genetic ancestry and assures the customer of security. But still, there's no guarantee. The stored data includes information such as genetic predispositions to health information. If you stored your saliva sample and DNA with 23andMe and wish to change that preference, you can do so in your account settings under Preferences. You'll find an option to download your data or delete it. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There are a number of injuries after 2 separate school bus crashes in New Jersey early this morning.
Police say a 9-year-old student was sent to the hospital with injuries after 2 buses collided. And this is in Franklin Township in Gloucester County. The extent of the student's injuries not known. Meanwhile, a school bus also involved in a crash on Route 138 in Wall Township in Monmouth County. The bus could be seen on its side. It's unclear if there are any injuries.
The Texas Senate has passed a bill that would require public schools to teach about the effects of communism. State Senator Donna Campbell.
The curriculum shall seek input from first-person accounts. This is about teaching to and preserving the principles of freedom and democracy.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, another hour. Here we go. Live from Louisville, Kentucky. Mid-America Truck Show underway. All right, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Come on in. What do we got? 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. Friday, 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. Saturday. And according to Toby Young, looks like we're off to a good start this year. All right, into the hot seat. Welcome in Eric Miller. First time we've ever had a chance to chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're on that microphone. There you go. That'll sound better.
Perfect.
If I turn the microphone on, you get that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, sir. Eric Miller with Garmin. Garmin, I've heard of Garmin. Garmin's a bunch of different things, though, isn't it?
Yes, we're a very diverse company. We do a lot of different things in the technology world, but yeah, I'm here to talk about the Garmin Diesel series, the trucking products that we make. So our trucking product line is what I manage.
So tell me a little about, where you from, and how long you been with Garmin? They've been around a while.
Yeah, Garmin's been around for like 35 years. They started in '89, and they hired me in 2008. So I've been working there. It's a while now.
Yeah.
Do the math. But yeah. So, 2008 is when they hired me, and I am now the product manager for all of the trucking products. So, everything diesel, that's got the diesel sub-brands to it, that's all under my purview. And we're working really hard to try to hear from customers today, hear from truck drivers today, and just hanging out at the show. And we've already had a ton of traffic and just talking to people and just had some great conversations.
Well, that's a good thing
far.
If it's only Thursday, because the big day is usually Friday, Saturday. Saturday's the gangbuster family day,
Yeah, I was getting worried about my voice. I was like, I've been talking all day to truck drivers all day long, and so I was like, oh boy, I got to go on the radio here later. And hopefully I've got some voice left. So.
All right, so Garmin offers automobiles, big trucks. I mean, you guys cover everything, right?
Yeah, if it moves, then we've got it covered from a GPS standpoint. You can strap them to your wrist, and we'll track all your movements too, right? So we're a very big watch company, health and wellness company as well. So yeah, we're in airplanes, we're in boats, we're in big rigs, we're in RVs, we're in cars.
So, but you're here in Louisville to focus on the big truck side.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why we're at MATS. MATS is the biggest trucking show in the nation. Is one we try to come to as many years as we can. We missed last year, and so we're excited to be back again here this year. So yeah,
okay.
It's a good time. This is my third time here to MATS. So yeah.
So I guess a good place to start is that there's way too many truck drivers that are using a Garmin or a device that is not specific to trucks.
Correct. Yeah, the truck specific routing I think is one of the most important key features that why to buy a Garmin truck GPS. That's like step number one. Step number one is just we can actually route you based on the size, the height, the weight of your rig, and we can route you safely through the road network, through the highway system, and avoid any of those trouble spots that way.
So, I mean, there's a ton of things that can get you hung up. The twisty, windy roads where trucks are not supposed to be, low overpasses, bridges, and things of that nature.
Yep, absolutely. So all those, we've got all that map data built into the device, so anytime you buy the device, you can feel fully good that All that map data is in there. We know exactly where the trucks are supposed to be. We even have drive log data that we're able to provide you guys, the truck drivers, heat maps where we can actually show you the roads that truck drivers drive most often. And so we highlight those roads purple on your map, so you can just see, hey, most trucks go this way, and you can just see right there and have that comfort of knowing lots and lots of trucks go this way. I know I'm safe to go that way. And then we highlight the roads that you can't go on black, so it's like, hey, you can't go that way. So it's very obvious to the drivers that when they're driving around, they know where they can and where they can't go.
Okay, so why do you think there are so many drivers that do they not know that they need to have a truck-specific device?
I think a lot of new drivers try to just get by with what they've got, right? I mean, things like Google Maps and different types of mobile applications get you by, that you kind of get A to B and you can kind of get there, and it really just comes with some experience. I think just as drivers get more experience, they get more miles under their belt, they start to realize how nice it is to have a dedicated display that's for your navigation, that your phone is really meant for those other things. It's for communicating, it's for talking your business, it's keeping your business rolling. All that stuff's really important. Let your phone do that phone stuff. Let us handle that navigation stuff so you don't overload a device.
So I guess I don't drive a truck, so I don't have a truck-specific Garmin.
Right.
What's it going to do for me? Does it talk to you, kind of like the phone device as you turn right in 500, all that kind of stuff? Does it tell you what you're doing?
Yeah, you get the voice prompts if you want those. You can turn them on and off depending on how interested you are in
Some drivers say, I don't like that woman yelling at me all the time.
Exactly, yeah. So I always have the voice prompts off usually when I'm driving personally, but yeah, because the screen's right there, so I can keep tabs on it that way. But I do leave the alerts on, those kinds of things. So it'll alert you if there's a traffic situation or something else coming up ahead that's maybe you need to be more aware of. That's not as normal as turn instructions, and those can still be audible. So you can kind of have full control over what you hear.
Is it able to keep up? You mentioned like construction zones and things of that nature, other hazards. How do they update that stuff? Is it user input?
Yeah, so we have a traffic data provider. So that data provider is what's taking either user input or input from actual different cities and states who are posting that kind of traffic information to that service provider. That service provider, then we take their data and we make it useful for truck drivers or any drivers on the road. Really.
I mean, I guess we could probably use a good example. Hurricane Helene a few months ago, that caused havoc in western North Carolina, where many drivers were taking routes they weren't supposed to take. Were you able to keep your systems updated? If they had a Garmin, would they have known what the proper routes would have been?
Yeah, we keep really good tabs on where heavy traffic areas are, and then when roads get closed and those types of things. That stuff usually comes through our traffic service pretty fast, and so usually we're not left out in the dark for too long. But if you are ever driving in an area like that has been ravaged by something that an act of God, then yeah, I would definitely say you might want to double check your routing with multiple routing services. Make sure that you're getting yourself in a good spot.
Okay. Some of the other items, what else? You got your headsets? It says something like you guys do headsets? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm here talking about, several different product lines, but our main trucking product lines are the OTR navigators. That's our full navigation suite that we've been talking about so far. We've got, everything from a 6-inch unit all the way up to a full 10-inch tablet-looking screen, and they all just do everything you could ever want. They've got really good satellite imagery, so you can find your way to the specific location you want to go to. So if you don't want to go to the front door, maybe you're a truck driver, you want to go to the back door, you want to go to the loading dock, you want to go to a guard shed, those kinds of places, you can actually see those in the satellite imagery, and you can actually you can tap on the screen and navigate there rather than navigating to where the actual point of interest might be within the map data. So that's a really cool feature that our OTRs offer. And then, yeah, we make purpose-built products at Garmin, and I've been really passionate about the headset side of things. I've been working really hard to help Garmin learn how to make headsets, how to make things really high quality, and so we're on our second generation Garmin diesel headset now. It's the 210 and the 110. Those headsets are just absolutely awesome. They are the premium product in the market. And so, we're at the premium price, but we're also the most premium product, most full-featured, super, super comfortable. With this latest generation, I'm super excited about how we incorporated a flashlight into the latest generation. So on the microphone, on the headset. It's got a built-in flashlight, so whenever you can't find something in the cab or you're out walking around the truck and you want to be able to see something in the dark, we've got a flashlight built in as well. So it's a really cool, I feel like, kind of game-changing feature in the headset market.
On the truck driving side, are they allowed to wear two earpieces, or they have? I thought there were rules that you only had allowed to have one ear covered.
Yeah, so that varies state to state. So in general, as a seller of trucking headsets, when you're on duty and you're driving, you put it in the single ear mode. That's how you're supposed to drive. In general, keeps you safe. It does vary state to state. Some states we don't care what you do, but in general, it's all over. It's kind of it really depends on where you are. And so if you're not hip to all those rules and don't know what all to do, then one ear is by far the safest way to drive. You have more situational awareness that way. And so when you're driving, one ear, and then when you're off duty and you're just hanging out and you're just on your break, you can pop in that other ear cup and you can listen to media, you can listen to Steve Sommers, you can do all kinds of cool things.
You got some of the Bluetooth technology where I can kind of sync up. We have most of our drivers listen on the app because there are rules about not being able to have your YouTube and your Facebook, that's lit up on the screen, and they say they can't do that.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to be watching videos while you're driving. Absolutely. So Bluetooth technology, the headsets are Bluetooth headsets. You can pair it actually to multiple devices at once, so you could be listening to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on your tablet while you're driving, and if you get a phone call from your phone, if both devices are paired, we'll jump over to the phone call automatically for you, so you can have multiple devices paired at the same time. So Garmin's really good with Bluetooth. That's our bread and butter.
Very cool. I see you also have a dash cam series. That's a big thing in truck. I remember when they first came out with dash cams, it was one of the advertisers said, always have a witness. And that's what your dash cam essentially is, right?
Absolutely. If you go to Garmin.com, you'll see it's your eyewitness on the road. That's one of our key marketing phrases for our dash cam series. And it's a big deal. We record video of forward-facing dash cam so you can see out in front of your truck, and you've got recordings and proof of any type of incident that you might get into. And so it's a big deal. We've got a whole new dash cam lineup that we just launched last year. And it's really awesome. Our newest dash cam Mini 3 is by far the smallest dash cam in the industry. It is super tiny. It's $149, and the thing is very, very popular. You put it in your windshield, you never even see it again. It's not in your way. It is very small, and it's very discreet. But it's out there being your eyewitness for you. So a lot of folks will get even multiples of those so they can get multiple angles because they are so small and so easy to set up. And so it's a really, really popular product. And then from there, you can just go up the resolutions. You can go up the features, right? You can put a screen on the back of it so you can align the camera easily. You can go all the way up to 1440K, and then our flagship product is a 4K camera video. So that 4K video gives you really, really crisp video, so you can see things like license plates and that kind of detailed data really, really well. So if you do get into an incident and somebody's like a hit and run, that license plate data is going to be really, really visible in a 4K video. And so that's really nice to have that high resolution on the flagship product.
Okay, so you mentioned that's a very small device. You said like on the GPS that you had 6-inch screen up to even a 10-inch screen. Where's that mounted? Is it on your dash or? Yeah,
so we're all about mounting versatility in all of our different products, right? And so like when I'm talking about the super small dash cams, we're really aiming for having it be really versatile where you can mount it in your windshield and make it to where you can just kind of set it and forget it, keep it within arm's reach, but all in all, it can be out of your sight. But if you're looking at something like a really big Garmin 1020, which is our flagship navigation device, that's we do see those more often mounted to the dash. We have like a screw down mount where people will screw it down to their dash, or they'll suction cup it to a dash or something like that. And it's not as often used in the windshield just because it is so big. So people will pull it down and out of the way so it's not directly in the line of sight. So really is kind of what you want, where you want it. But it's we try to provide all that in the box, everything you need to mount it wherever you want it.
Okay. We're going to get a quick 2-minute time out here. We'll come back, talk a little bit more about what we've got going on here in Louisville, what kind of deals you have with Garmin, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Okay, right back at it here. We left off there talking with Eric Miller, Garmin. A couple of other products we'll talk about here, but first, I guess, let's get you, you say you missed last year at the Mid-America, but you're back here in 25.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so where are we located? Where's our booth?
My booth, I actually don't even know the booth number, but we're in the south wing.
South
so
wing,
if you just
okay.
keep going south, we're towards the south end, kind of near the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, so not too far away. Come by the Garmin booth. We've got several great sales folks there who are just out there to help educate everybody on the Garmin product lines that we have. We have more than just our trucking products in the booth. So if you're interested in any of the other Garmin products, we have several of our watch products that people really love. We've got some of our off-roading products, our motorcycle products. We've got a lot of different things that you can come and look at.
What's a Garmin watch?
Oh, what's a Garmin watch? That's a great question. Garmin, if you were to ask people, maybe a couple decades ago, what does Garmin do? They'd think of the in-car navigators.
Yeah.
That'd be first and foremost. Now, if you ask the vast majority of people, if you ask them who's Garmin, they'll tell you we're a watch company.
Really?
And so, in general, we're a smartwatch company. At our core, we sell smartwatches for everyone. So if you're a runner, or if you're a hiker, or if you're a triathlon athlete, if you are into health and wellness, if you're just looking for a smartwatch, if you want something that's really long battery life, or if you want something that's full featured and crazy, we sell watches probably from I think like the $200 price point up to the almost $4,000 price point.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so we've got
watches, rich for my blood.
We've got watches. We got watches for everyone. In that area, they start calling them timepieces, or you never quite know what they're going to call them when they get to the kind of premium market.
So here at the actual show, do you have products I can purchase and take with me, or you just take orders and ship it to them, or?
No, we're purely here for education, for just getting our brand out there, making people know what we are here. We're not selling at the show. There are a few other retailers who are here who are selling Garmin products as well, but we always encourage people to go to our partners. We've got great partners with all the truck stops.
That was another question. So
Yeah.
you're here. So you've got products like on display.
Absolutely.
You can talk about them, answer questions, and say, all right, you can go to TA, go to Petro, go to wherever to.
Any of the truck stops have our products in them. We have great relationships with all of our truck stop partners, and so all the trucking products you can find there. Anything else, you can go to Garmin.com and make purchases. We always love it when people buy stuff off of Garmin.com. That's great. But all in all, we're here purely to just educate folks, answer questions, to get people excited about our products, to show them off the latest and greatest of all the product lines that we make and answer their questions that they might have and show them why
I got you.
maybe they're a lot of guys I've been talking to have been driving with a Garmin device that's 10, 15 years old, and it's like, okay, it's time for an upgrade, guys. Here, check this out. Look how much more it does now than it did 10 years ago.
Okay.
So it's kind of a testament. We're competing against ourselves a lot of the time, where we delight a customer and they just keep driving with the same product for 10 years.
Well, technology keeps changing and it upgrades
Right.
and it upgrades. So, I mean, yeah, you got to, well, at least you're not coming out with a new iPhone every year, right?
Right, exactly.
For
yeah.
$1,000 more.
Yeah,
So e-logs. I see e-logs are on the ELDs. I mean, there's something
correct.
on a regular basis. I'm sharing the news about this device has been knocked off the compliance list. I mean,
Yeah, we do sell a compliant e-log. It's one of the most low-touch ELD devices that you can get. So the Garmin e-log, you can buy those at any of the truck plazas as well. But in general, it's just a great little ELD. It's standalone. There are no service fees. It's $249, and you are compliant. $249. You plug it right into your truck's data port, and you're set to go. You just pair it with the e-log app, and it's that simple. There's no continuing fees. There's no connections outside of you to your app. It's your data. Your data goes to the app. You can see it. You set your on-duty, off-duty times right there from that. It'll pair to your navigator as well, so you can see your on-duty times, and those timers are all updated to the device as well, so you can see that all the time. But all in all, it's there if you ever get stuck at a weigh station, or if you need to prove that you're compliant in some way, shape, or form. To a law enforcement officer, you can pull those logs real easily and share it with them.
and that's one of the keys. I think most of them that get knocked off the compliant list, they don't have the ability, because I think you have to be able to do it without the officer, like getting in the truck or something.
Correct. Yeah. It's got to be. You can easily pull them down to the app, and it keeps everything in sync for you. So it's real simple. It's a low cost solution. I know a lot of company drivers are given ELDs and have to use what they've got. But if you are an owner operator and you're looking for something just simple to make sure that you're compliant, we do sell one.
Backup cameras.
Yeah, backup cameras as well. They're kind of a niche market in the trucking world. We do a lot of business for those in just regular four-wheel cars, right? Just people who have an older car that doesn't have a backup camera built in. This is an aftermarket solution for that. We also do a lot of business there in the RV market because they are, it's a towable. It's something that they own. But in the trucking world, it's really for folks who own their own trailer. They're not picking and dropping trailers.
Right,
if you're
yes.
picking and dropping trailers, we're not real helpful for you because, you're really only going to be able to look at your own fifth wheel, which I think truck drivers know how to manage.
So if you're going to buy an aftermarket backup camera, is that something that's going to pair to your phone or something where you can see a screen to see what's going on? Or
Yeah, so it pairs to your navigator device. If you do have that nice big 10-inch screen up in front of you, right, it'll every time you throw it in reverse, it'll show you what's right behind you. It'll just automatically connect. It does that over Wi-Fi real quickly. And since we're in control of both devices, we can make that happen real quickly and seamlessly. So, yeah, we have great backup cameras. They are, they're really good for folks who own their own trailers. It's nice to give them that extra bit of information.
Okay, so where's the best way to find your distributors or whatever? Where's my nearest Garmin outlet retailer going to be?
Right, yeah. So, for all of our trucking products, we definitely do encourage folks to go to any truck stop. We have great relationships with Love's and PFJ primarily, and TA Petro. We have all of our products in all of their stores, and then all the other smaller truck stops, we really work hard to make sure we've got full coverage in as many places as we can. So that's for our trucking products. We do encourage our people to go there or to go to Garmin.com. And then for any other Garmin product, it really depends on what you're interested in. We have quite a big retailer presence depending on which interest you have. So there's a lot there. But Garmin.com is the best source of information for all things Garmin products, and we have it pretty well organized. It's just click on what your interest is, and then we'll show you our purpose-built products from there. We're a very, very purpose-built product company, and it's if you're passionate about something, then we likely have a solution for you that will bring you all the great features and navigation features that you might be interested in.
Okay. Well, we are to the bottom of the hour, so we're going to take a news break here, and I thank you for coming by and sharing with us. Garmin.com, is that the easiest way to get to the website, Garmin.com?
That's it. You got it, sir. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate the opportunity.
I hope you have a great show here in Louisville.
Yeah, you too.
All right, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in South America's Guyana today, making deals for both countries. Guyana is an English-speaking country on the eastern border of Venezuela and has a population of roughly 835,000 citizens. President Irfan Ali.
Let me once again thank Secretary Rubio for his personal commitment and that of the U.S. government to Guyana and this region in general. I thank you.
The FBI says one of the top leaders of the MS-13 terrorist organization has been arrested in Virginia. The unidentified 24-year-old was taken into custody this morning. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin in Manassas.
The illegal drug gangs, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, they are international terrorist organizations, and they are resident right here.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
All right, cue the microphones. Cue the cue ball.
How's it going, everybody?
That's your handle, isn't it?
Yep.
What's up, Cue Ball?
We're here at the show. Made it.
You made it in.
Oh, my God. It has been interesting. I got an interesting story to tell you.
All right. Well, I've been hearing some rumors and rumblings. There's one listener in particular in Florida, Philip. I think he follows you. I mean,
he follows us both.
Right, because he mentioned something about this other guy, this Gentry guy.
Yep.
So,
Who the heck is that?
first of all, I've heard the name Gentry and Sons. You've been brought up on a number of occasions, and your association with this guy. So tell us what's happening.
So the rumors are pretty much true. I don't know exactly what you've heard, but obviously we're talking about the YouTube channel FSC Trucking, which is me and my buddy Gentry and Sons here, Gentry and Sons Trucking on YouTube. And long story short, I run an 84 cab over Peterbilt and have done that for the last 5 years.
Orwell,
1984. Get it? Mm-hmm. All right, so with that, been running Orwell successfully for 5 years, developed a heck of a following on YouTube with running this truck. Well, sadly, not all things run forever. Orwell started off what appeared to be a busted head gasket and turned out to be a cracked block. Under the liner flange where your shims go for setting your liner protrusion, there's a crack around the perimeter, and it corroded on the inside of that crack, and it raised up the back of that liner, and that caused issues where your head squeezes your fire ring on your head gasket, and it failed at number 5, but the crack was at number 6. That's an engine out. That's not in frame. That's the whole thing.
Really?
That's
a toasted engine.
It'd be cheaper to wreck the truck.
Okay.
If I had crashed it, at least I'd have got insurance money for it. Now we had at the time, it looked like we had a I don't know what a block weighs, 1,500, 2,000 pounds, but
about 1,500.
Yeah, it's a boat anchor at that point. So didn't really know what we were going to do, and the time frame to do that kind of machine shop work, if it's salvageable, is an extended period of time. The machine shop I work with, we're talking months, for time. So what do you do? I mean, yeah, it's a reasonably successful YouTube channel, but what do you do with a truck that no longer runs, and that's your primary source of income? You need to get in something quick. It's good to have friends.
Well, yeah, that is true.
It's good to have friends. So Tim Gentry, at his channel, he's got a truck in the booth, in a booth here in the show. They call Rooster.
Okay.
So that's his bad to the bone 98 379 Peterbilt, which he just got done. It's one of those, got it done last minute, but the truck's here. Long story short, with me, he sold me a 1999 379 Pete, which is basically exactly like the one I used to have. Was a turnkey truck. Didn't really need much of anything to get done, except for a handful of things. And I thought I'll be straight honest, he gave me the friend price.
Yeah, it was a pretty good little deal. I mean, and then
you got to get real close to the mic like him, because otherwise, and he try to point it at you.
All right, here we go.
They're called
Is that better?
Yeah, they're directional.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, he gave me the friend price on it, and then he could have just handed me the title. Have a safe trip back to Wisconsin. We'll see you later. Done a bunch of work to it before I even took it.
Yeah, I just couldn't. I had plans with the truck, what I was going to do to it, put it on the road, use it, and all that good stuff. And I knew he needed to go to work, so I was like, man, I can't just let him leave here and it not be ready to go. And knowing what he was going through already with the block and being out of work, and plus having to fork over the cash to buy the truck, I just couldn't. I had the stuff there. I said, let's just fix it, guys. Let's get him on the road. And it worked out pretty good.
So wound up driving the truck back to Wisconsin and had to set it up, build the ramps to get my RGN up off the ground, all that kind of stuff, put strobe lights on it and all that. And so far, the truck's been running phenomenal. Last load we did, I took of course we did film it. That's what we do. The last load we did was an overweight Oshkosh Striker truck that put me at gross weight of 87,000, obviously with permits, but that truck was literally that turnkey. Go and pull permitted heavy overweight loads and not even think about it.
Well, it does have a Detroit in it. I mean, that common sense says it's going to go and do good.
Yeah.
So if you follow his channel, you know Tim Gentry loves his Detroits. Although his flagship does have a Caterpillar in it.
Yeah, it does.
That is true.
I'm a cat guy. I like both. But when it comes to time to go to work and I can go to sleep at night and know I'm not going to get a phone call, I'm a Detroit guy.
So now you're able to, in other words, get your YouTube channel up and running again.
Yes.
And you're on the road and you're moving freight. And so you're kind of like back in business. How much
it
time?
ain't even just running. It is running phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
That
Like I said,
YouTube channel is like popping off right now.
Oh, the channel's been doing really well because all the issues we've been dealing with and just showing what looked like an absolute catastrophe. And part of what I was trying to show with the channel is how to get by when crap happens. Sometimes it's little stuff. Sometimes it's massive stuff. And showing how you get by. You know, the old saying, how do you make, life gives you lemons, we'll make lemonade. I'm not a big lemonade drinker, but if that's what's available, we'll drink, right? And that's what we've been doing. But we've also been turning it into, it shows the awesome power of a really good, close friendship.
Yeah.
And how it's just, there was a time when, things got real bad for Tim, and I was like, we need to step it up and get down there and handle things, try to make sure.
Were you the one that had the fire or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
His whole shop burned down. All the tools, equipment, lost. The nicest cab over you had, that completely burned up.
Just redid the frame on it. The engine, did all kinds of... I mean, we spent $25,000 on the truck, and it burnt. We had 3 or 4 crate diesel engines, 12.7 Detroit sitting on crates. They're gone.
The engine for Rooster burned up in it.
Yeah, it was... we lost, total 11 trucks. They wasn't all running trucks. Some of them were parts, but... funny thing is, last night, I pulled up TikTok. I don't usually get on TikTok. And somebody, that Trucking with Snapper guy, had posted a TikTok of it burning and just a short.
Yeah.
And, man, it brought back a lot of memories. It was like a darn bam.
But I just couldn't let a friend sit there and deal with that just madness of mess of losing everything like that.
I think we were talking about that last year on the show here. Now,
Sure
you
did.
had another project you bought the chapel thing,
Yep.
you got it back, and you were trying to rebuild, and so that's all to the wayside, I guess, now.
Yeah, it's just postponed temporarily for the time being. But yeah, so right now it's just a matter of I bought the 379. It's kind of him and hawing about it. He was calling it Black Dog because it's a black 379, very similar to the movie.
Yeah.
So that name eventually stuck. All the fans like Black Dog, so Black Dog, that's the name of the truck now.
It is a Black Dog truck. And I look at that thing, I see him coming up that mountain, getting ready to slam into that car.
Yep.
That's what I see when I see this truck.
So that's its name. We call it Black Dog now. So we wound up getting, that's the whole thing. I got a green APU put on it almost immediately because, it's nice to have. You don't have to worry about cold starts in the morning when it's cold. We live in Wisconsin, so it's dumb cold. You come down here in the summer, it's hot. So we got the green APU put on there. Heck, you got one on Rooster now.
Yeah, I mean...
just did.
Honestly, we got my truck done. Well, I ain't going to say we got it done. We got it drivable. Drove it straight to Illinois. We left 3 a.m. Wednesday morning from the shop. Drove 8.5 hours to Green APU. Spent the day there. Got there at 2 p.m. Got the APU put on. Jumped back in the truck. I was actually working on it in their shop. Jumped back in the truck. Drove it here to Matt's, and then started cleaning on it in the parking lot, putting mirrors on and steps and trying to get it finished to get it inside. We pulled in here right at the last minute. Same thing for last year when we did our last year's truck. It was quite the project.
Oh, yeah. So it's working out really well. It's kind of funny. I brought Black Dog in to get the green APU, and then Tim got Rooster in there. It was a couple of days after I left.
Oh yeah, literally 2 days.
So he's going to green APU, and I just left there with the load to go down to Dallas with it. So that leaves us with Orwell. So now it's not a rush job to get this engine done. Now I actually can get the engine done at a slower pace, but also we can do everything else that I wanted to do to the truck that simply couldn't be done because you're constantly running the truck. Since we spoke last year, we also have a new badass mechanic works for me now. Name's Chris. He's up there at the shop right now, just getting Orwell ready for the next step in the evolution of process.
Did you find a new block or whatever? Was that difficult?
We're repairing the old one.
Okay.
They were able. What they do, the crack is in the perimeter where the liner flange hits on the top. So, long story short, to make it real simple, what they do is they dig out the top part of that cylinder and they weld new metal in there, and then they machine it back to the way it was before the crack. But you got to dig that crack out.
Wow.
So that's how they do it, but they have to check to make sure the crack doesn't get in too deep where they can't remachine or re-weld any new material. And there was another crack on the front side of number 6, was much smaller. Of course, they had to make sure that, okay, you got those two. What else? How many other gremlins are in this thing that you couldn't see initially? Mm-hmm. So they had to, magnaflux it, X-ray it, all that whatnot to make sure it's actually still a serviceable block beyond them 2 cracks.
Trust me,
the
outreach was insane. We probably know where every single C model cat is in the country at this point. We've had people call us 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. He's like, man, can you get hold of Steve? We got a block for him, or this or that. So the outreach on it's been awesome, but I'm glad he is fixing the block and not just inheriting another mess. And so he knows what he's got. I think it's going to be a good fixable motor.
So that's the idea. So now Orwell is going to be, we're going to do a lot more work to it than we had initially planned.
Okay.
So that's for me, that's a big positive to come out of this. The fact that it started with we might literally have a problem business-wise because if the truck's not running, I only had a certain amount of cash laid aside. Now, granted, I've got Chris. He's a full-time mechanic. He's got to get paid whether there's work or not. And if I run out of parts money, okay, I could wait till I get some more money coming in, but what do I do with them, right? So it became a thing. I felt real bad the day that they cut the block and found these cracks. Chris came to me, looked at me dead square in the eye. He says, I'll clean it up for radio. He looked at me and says, how effed am I? He goes, I don't want to be selfish, but what do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do you do? He's like, did I just lose my job? I'm like, no. We will get through this.
Wow.
But we got to play our cards right and figure it out.
Badass mechanic, too. So that means he comes with a badass price. He ain't no cheap mechanic.
No. Chris he's top shelf.
Yeah.
This guy is absolute top shelf. He's old school.
Super lucky with this guy.
He's old school. He knows way more than I do. Like and that's the greatest thing with when we're filming and working at the shop. It's just like two buddies working. It's not like, he'll mess with me and be like, I don't know how you boss types are. I'm like, no, it's just two guys working in the shop. And, I learned from him.
They're a good pair. They really are. I actually took my truck up there and got it worked on one day, and it was a real good atmosphere, worked real good. And Chris is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
But Orwell, does that mean Orwell's going to be here at Matt's next year in a booth, or what are we? Is that what we're hearing here?
We're talking about it.
Well, I mean,
the closest he's been is out in the parking lot.
Yeah,
that was a couple of years ago.
Orwell needs its own spot in the show next year, is what I think.
It's in the realm of possibilities.
I mean, it is a famous truck, right?
It is.
I've heard it is. I've heard of that truck a time or two.
Yeah, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll come back to Tim Gentry and Steve Foschek, FSC Trucking on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, what is it, Gentry and Sons?
Gentry and Sons
on YouTube.
Trucking on YouTube.
Cue ball, baby.
Yep.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, where do we leave off there? Orwell. Maybe at the Mid-America Truck Show?
Well, the way it's starting to look, and see, that's the thing. And I don't know how to describe this. There are certain types of people that just really need to be pushed.
Yeah, his name's Steve Peschek.
Is that it?
And this guy right here is the guy that pushes me. He's also a hell of a motivator. He really helps motivate me because, let's be honest, he's younger. His channel is younger than mine. And he's gotten a lot bigger in both trucking and in the YouTube world. With less time, he's done more than I have in longer time. So I'm looking at him like, damn, what am I doing? Well, the answer is he takes risks and makes the decisions to take the risks a lot quicker than I do, where, in fact, I start to, I need to be pushed a little bit more. So sometimes it takes a cracked block to get me to start thinking, we were wanting to expand to put a driver in a truck anyway. So now the opportunity came up where he's like, dude, you got to do this. You got to get this truck, and when you get Orwell back running and put a driver in it, you've been talking about it. You've been working on another Freightliner to do it, but you need to take a quicker plunge to get it done and be more successful at it. Mm-hmm. Turns out he's right. The numbers are backing it up.
Yeah, we literally talked about it and then got off the phone. I was actually in the shop working, and it just hit me like I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I called him back. I'm like, dude, you have to do this. Like, you have to. Like, this is going to explode, and it's going to jump you up. It's going to help your business. It's going to take you to the next level. And sure enough, it has worked out exactly like we planned it to work out.
And I'm the guy sitting here thinking, I don't have a show truck. Why should it be here? Well, it is a famous truck. It's a known truck. And I'm always the guy where it's like, oh, my stuff ain't worthy of that and this, that, and the other. And then,
well, you see my piece of crap sitting in the south end down there, and there's more people surrounding that truck, and I've heard it all morning, all day yesterday and all day today. They're like, man, now this is the kind of truck I want to see. This is what I want to see here. We see these products on your truck, and we know this truck actually works, and these are products that we can use that'll make our trucks better.
So is this people that follow like the YouTube channel, so they see this truck and they're seeing it in person now, or is it just people that are in general?
A lot of them just in general. And guy I never met, he didn't even know I had a YouTube channel. He come up and he was talking to me about a part that's on my truck this morning, and he flat out, he's like, man, it's nice to see an actual. You can tell this is a working truck, and I can see these parts in action. I said, yeah, you can go to my YouTube channel and check it out there. And
when you came up at my shop when we were working on your truck, he had I don't know, I forgot what it weighed, but he's pulling a 3-axle hydraulic RGN, and it was heavy. It was a big, huge excavator. He dropped it off, and when he dropped it off, it was funny because we brought his truck in my shop, which is heated, and all the ice starts melting off the truck. And Chris is trying to work on it, and he's just we're like, dude, you need a hard hat from all the ice falling off this truck. Because he drove it in all that crappy weather all through Kentucky and Illinois and
that big
Indiana.
Snowstorm that hit Kentucky, a couple months ago.
It's in the show, but it wasn't all long ago. It was covered and caked in salt and ice and all the McNasties that they throw at us.
Wow.
So, F it. We'll do it live. We'll have Orwell here next year.
I think we have to have Orwell here next year. And if it wouldn't have broke this year, I'd have talked him into it this year. but hell or high water, Orwell will be here next year.
And it'll be bigger and better than ever before, where it was just a truck I ran for 5 years and kept it running. We're going to do more than just this engine because now we have the opportunity.
So now this is the teaser for everybody that's listening to us now, and then you're going to be talking about this on your channels. Obviously,
Absolutely.
They're going to have to follow you guys for a year to see what occurs. Will it actually happen?
Oh yeah.
Will it come to fruition?
It might be the last 2 weeks before the show, but it'll be.
I might be in a parking lot finishing it up right before we push it inside. Yeah. But heck, I know a guy.
Yep. We have a lot of fun working these trucks, and now that things have straightened out from the shop fire and things are finally leveling out, and we're able to work with some awesome companies like 4 States and Green APU. We've been working with SHG. All these guys, we got some great companies on board.
I had 4 States on with me earlier. That's the first time I ever got to chat with them.
Okay, yeah.
Good guys.
Brian is an amazing...
That's where my cab lights came from. That was part of the video because to get my truck to pass inspection, to be able to work with it, it sounded dumb. It's one of those things where turn on the lights and half the cab, the clearance lights on a cab didn't work, and they were fugazi. I mean, the guy had LED lights in there that didn't work, so they dug a hole and just stuck a 193 bulb in there, and so we were going to convert them over, and he already had lights for roosters. He's like, man, Steve really needs these lights. So that's how we played it out. So he just made a phone call. Boom. He's like, hey, can we get, for 4 States, like, hey, can we get these lights on his truck? And he's like, yeah, we'll send you replacement ones. Go ahead and throw them on there. So next thing you know, I got 4 States Legendary lights on my truck. I didn't even take delivery of it yet, technically. And we're going down the road, and all the lights are turning orange. Not the lights, the signs, because they're so bright. And I'm like, oh, man, this is so awesome, And I'm like, what looked like an absolute epic disaster in not only the timing, but what happened and the timing it happened. Play your cards right. It turns out it was a good thing that happened, and the timing couldn't have been better.
Man, it has worked out perfect. And what's nice is, I had a lot of people ask me, they're like, man, are you not scared that truck's going to go down on Steve or whatever? I'm like, I've not even thought, that didn't even cross my mind that truck's going to go down. This is an old farm truck that we knew, we worked on.
When I first met Tim, first time I came down there to his shop, the truck was actually sitting out there. Someone else had it at the time. There's a reason it was there, but it was there. So that's why I felt very safe to buy this truck, because the guy I bought it from knows this truck for quite a while before he came to own it. So it was just, I bought his old truck. I knew a truck that he knew and knew well and had his hands in it, working on it.
Awesome.
So,
we're down to the final moments here. So we're up to the top of the. Can you believe that? Boom, just like that.
The whole day's been like that, Steve.
You're going to be at the Green APU tomorrow.
I'll be there. I'll be there at the Green APU booth tomorrow from 1 to 3.
It's cue ball. Gentry, you're going to be at your booth, which is
we're in the south wing over behind the food hall there. Look for the flashing lights.
You can see his, what did you call it, an old piece of crap? Is it an old piece of junk?
Yeah,
it's this big red
and
379 Pete they call Rooster, and it's you won't miss it. It's got enough strobe lights on there to light up that corner of the building.
Just look for the strobe lights on the south end of the building. You'll know where Rooster is, and look for all the people.
There you go. We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in South America's Guyana today, making deals for both countries. Guyana is an English-speaking country on the eastern border of Venezuela and has a population of roughly 835,000 citizens. President Irfan Ali.
We're able to identify key infrastructure that are also critical to regional development as possible areas for investment and development. We have committed to working closely together on the deployment of our energy potential, ensuring greater integration, value creation, and regional energy security, food security, and enhanced trade through joint initiatives to remove hurdles and expand existing areas of interest is key for both countries. I'm confident that the outcome of this visit has further aligned our policy agendas, shared commitment and partnership that will see enormous benefits for our two countries and the region.
President Trump's new tariffs on automobiles are causing economic uncertainty to companies that don't build in the United States. Trump said an executive order putting 25% tariffs on foreign-made cars and trucks goes into effect in less than 1 week. The president said the order aims to increase domestic manufacturing of cars and auto parts. The FBI says one of the top leaders of the MS-13 terrorist organization has been arrested in Virginia. The unidentified 24-year-old was taken into custody this morning. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin in Manassas.
The illegal drug gangs, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, they are international terrorist organizations, and they are resident right here.
Thanks for lending us an ear today. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
With genetic testing company 23andMe filing for bankruptcy, privacy experts are warning the DNA of millions of people is up for sale.
Harvard Law professor I. Glenn Cohen.
Pay careful, close attention to what happens next. Be careful about clicking through anything that looks like a change in the privacy statement.
23andMe is known for its saliva-based test kits and offers customers a look into their genetic ancestry and assures the customer of security. But still, there's no guarantee. The stored data includes information such as genetic predispositions to health information. If you stored your saliva sample and DNA with 23andMe and wish to change that preference, you can do so in your account settings under Preferences. You'll find an option to download your data or delete it. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There are a number of injuries after 2 separate school bus crashes in New Jersey early this morning.
Police say a 9-year-old student was sent to the hospital with injuries after 2 buses collided. And this is in Franklin Township in Gloucester County. The extent of the student's injuries not known. Meanwhile, a school bus also involved in a crash on Route 138 in Wall Township in Monmouth County. The bus can be seen on its side. It's unclear if there are any injuries.
The Texas Senate has passed a bill that would require public schools to teach about the effects of communism. State Senator Donna Campbell.
The curriculum shall seek input from first-person accounts. This is about teaching to and preserving the principles of freedom and democracy.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right, bada boom, bada bing, we're back. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show. Day number 1. Believe it or not, we're already headed down the home stretch for day 1. I think 6 o'clock, things wrap up today. After which, of course, the big opening reception takes place. If you're just getting here, come on in. You got a couple of hours. Opening reception, then we'll continue on. They'll have a silent auction for the folks at the St. Christopher Fund going on down there. You can get your free beer and bourbon sampling tickets at the Triumph booth or the WEX booth, W-E-X. The only thing I know about WEX is I think it's some sort of a medical savings plan kind of thing. I got a WEX card. Put $10 a week out of your paycheck, and then when you need to buy pharmaceuticals, something like that, it's WEX. Wherever their booth is, but that's where you get your tickets. Otherwise, they're going to charge you like $10 for a beer. Oh, boy. All right, next into the hot seat. Hey, we've got some new guests for our final hour joining us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Dean, I see your name before me, Dean Ash and Darcy? Dean
Yes.
and Darcy. That should be easy to remember, right?
Right.
Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
All right. I've never heard of Trucker's Paradise. I've been kind of doing this stuff for a number of years. Well, Trucker's Paradise sounds nice. What is it?
It's meant to be a paradise for truckers, that it's like an oasis that they can come and just relax. It's designed to be a frictionless type of environment for the trucker. Truckers, they deal with so much on a day-to-day basis, the grind and the grit of being in the trucking industry. This is a place you get to come to relax. We're Caribbean themed. We even have a beach out back.
Really?
Palm trees and friendly people.
Kind of like a little getaway to Margaritaville?
That's exactly right.
So where in the world is this place?
So we have taken over a former outlet mall in Gainesville, Texas, just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah.
And about 180,000 square feet under roof for amenities for the trucker. So we're at exit 501, just right before you get to Oklahoma going north.
So how long have you been there?
Been there for about a year, so it's
so it is relatively new. It's not something I should have heard of years ago then.
That's correct. We've had a recent soft launch, and about another probably 4 or 5 weeks we'll have a grand opening with at least the amenities that are common to most truck stops, but then we're going further than that with a doggy daycare, urgent treatment center, sleep rooms that you can rent by quarter day, half day, or full day, that kind of thing. We'll have 10 different restaurants eventually, but we're opening with 4 starting off.
Really? So what kind of, is it going to be the grab and go, or are you going to have a sit-down kind of atmosphere for dining? Or
It'll be both eventually, but right now we have Sbarro Pizza. We have a facility called the Cut Cafe, which is a soul food concept.
Okay.
And then Butter Chicken Bowl, which is an Indian food. A coffee shop. And then also a macaroon full shop.
Heard of them? Never been to one, but I've heard of them.
Yeah.
So kind of catering to the different dining. Different people like different things. So.
Correct.
And eventually going to have 10 restaurants.
Right. So it'll be eventually a 50s diner that'll be open 24/7, conventional American food.
Yeah.
Then we'll also have a steakhouse, and we might even do a steakhouse that has a little bit of a dance theme karaoke, vibe to it.
Okay. So not like truck parking. How much parking we got available?
So 186. They're all diagonal, pull through. Nobody's backing up, and it's 6 feet on each side of the parking spot. And it's striped that way to give people, a feeling of safety. They can walk around their rig. They can thump tires. They can, even if there's a tire that needs to be changed, let's say. We'll have mobile tire service, mobile repair, so they can actually do some work, some light repairs on the parking lot. We also do mobile fueling, concierge fueling, so no matter where you park, we're coming out to you with a mobile fuel trailer and filling you up at 40 gallons a minute.
So you don't have to sit at the fuel island.
It's designed to buy back the time that a trucker would normally spend at the pumps. Same with the truck wash.
Well, I hear a lot of complaints about people that they'll fill up and then go in, and in some cases get a shower or sit down to eat, and just leave them waiting behind them.
That's right. Designed to totally just disengage from everything that is demands their focus on the road. They can spend time on the phone with family instead, doing paperwork, just relaxing at the beach.
Now, what gives it the beach? You said you got an actual beach. We got a lake or something on the backside, or?
Well, on the backside, we actually have a sand beach with palm trees.
Yeah.
And on the front, we actually have 2 ponds that eventually will have docks that you can go out, and we'll give you fishing poles, and you can even fish if you want to, just to relax.
Now, who came up with this brainstorm?
Well, I did, but I give credit to a gentleman named Patrick, who's a good friend of mine. He is a 25-year veteran car hauler. He hauls cars, the 10-car hauler, coast to coast. And he travels with his wife. He owns no property. That rig is his home.
They live in
until the day that the front axle caught fire. And it burnt to the ground.
And his home burned down.
Yes. They got it with their most important documents.
Yes.
And they came to live with me in my home until they got back on their feet for a couple of months. And I got to learn how difficult of a lifestyle being a trucker is. And it's like, okay, there has to be a better way. We need to treat these people that are giving, that's the lifeblood of our country, a better existence. A place that they can just disengage and feel appreciated.
So you're not like a former truck driver yourself?
No.
You just...
I just love seeing people go away with a smile on their face,
right?
And getting more than what they expected.
So how do you have? It takes a lot of investment to put something like this together.
I've got a lot of like-minded people around me.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me what Darcy does.
I'm the customer service manager.
You take all the complaints.
I can. But I do it with a smile. I've been in customer service for 12 years.
Yeah.
So it's nice, to see something, a different pace. This is my first time ever working with truckers. So, but surprisingly, a lot of truckers, I've not really had bad complaints.
It's a whole new world. It's a whole new breed. I mean, it's like life in general. There's just walk around here for a few hours, and that's what you see every day. Yeah.
I mean, I've been here since like 8:30 this morning, and my face hurts because I've been just smiling so much.
Really?
I've enjoyed my time here, and it's only day one.
So do you have like a booth here or something? Or are you just kind of going around handing out brochures, or what?
We do have a booth next to the food court at the very southern end of the facility.
So tell me a little bit more about the place. I mean, Ryan tells me that it's probably very impressive.
Well, we're on 41 acres, and so if you drive into, if you compare a driver that's pulling into the truck part of and I'm not dogging out any truck stop. This is just kind of the nature of the beast. A lot of times you're greeted, number one, by the dumpster, and a grease pit from the fast food restaurant. And then you get to the back of the building where the truck diesel pumps are, and you see a very nondescript building. And it's almost like you're kind of an afterthought, where our focus is the trucker area should be just as nice, if not nicer, than the rest of the facility. So there is the front part of the complex, again, 41 acres, that's designed more for the local community and the folks driving in their SUV. But the back is almost exclusively for truckers or any oversized vehicle. And so everything we do, the community can participate to a certain degree, but the focus is almost exclusively for truckers. And we find that what works for truckers also works for the community. For example, the amenities that we're putting in, such as the 50s diner, things like that, that would appeal to anybody. But the attractiveness, the cleanliness, the showers and lounges that are coming in we have 32 showers, for example, and some of them will be massage type. So you'll be getting a massage basically, and we'll have chiropractic and other things. We'll even have an urgent treatment center. So it's designed to where if you and I were traveling in a pickup truck, we could access any of the services in a town, whether you're in Dallas or small town America. But because you drive an 18-wheeler, you can't go into a dock-in box. You can't go easily to a grocery store or a bank, something like that. We will have all those amenities at Truckers Paradise and a place that is safe. So when you leave your job, your asset that makes you money, your truck, you'll know that it's there. You can step away from that asset, go and get 6 hours of sleep, 12 hours of sleep.
So we're all familiar with what used to, I don't know if a truck stop actually exists anymore. They're travel centers, right? Your TAs, your Petros, your Flying J's, and all that. And, some of the things you're talking about, a lot of complaints about the cleanliness. Love's, they say, does a pretty good job of, keeping their showers and restrooms clean. Others, depends on location. I guess it depends on management of all. But you're so much more than that then.
Right, exactly.
When you're talking about the square feet, how many feet did you say under roof?
180,000.
That's a monstrosity.
It is.
I mean, I think a decent-sized Love's is like 15,000 square feet, right?
I think so.
And this, I can't envision it.
We'll also have things like an event center that can, we'll have concerts on a fairly regular basis, as well as entertainment facilities such as axe throwing, virtual golf, batting cage, things of that nature.
Things to do if you got if you take a 34-hour restart or whatever and actually have something to do besides sitting in the truck watching a movie. Is that the idea?
Exactly. Yes.
That's pretty cool. Truck wash on location. I just pulled up your website. I'm kind of scouring through here, and so you got a truck wash there.
And it's a mobile truck wash too. It's not just any normal truck wash. You can park, and we, again, will come to you and wash your truck for you while you're looking in the convenience store, or getting your hair cut, or eating food, chilling at our beer garden, anything like that. But yeah, it's a mobile truck wash.
And it says
really
you
nice.
offer free overnight parking. That's another thing that gets a lot of complaints. More and more are going to the, pay in advance or whatever, or reserved parking spaces, and then the driver gets there who maybe has a reservation and somebody else is in it. But a lot of them are charging, to park their truck overnight, $20-25 in some cases.
Correct. For the foreseeable future, we are not charging at all. And we really want the truckers to make this a habit to come to our place and really just be kind of immersed in the experience. So my philosophy as one of the principal owners of the business is that if we treat the truckers, not just treat them good, but treat them like royalty. Treating them like royalty creates loyalty back to us, and the money will follow.
Mm-hmm. So Gainesville, Texas. What is your membership? What do you got? Some sort of a membership thing? What does that get? Additional perks or something?
It does, and we're actually just recently became a member of the Roadies Truck Stop Network as well. So not only will you receive the rewards that are customary to the Roadies system, but then you'll also, trucker can even double dip a little bit where they'll participate in, what they call sand dollars, keeping the Caribbean theme going here, for free showers, truck wash, and even discounts on food and fuel long term.
That's awesome. All right, let me get a quick timeout in here, and we'll be back with more live from the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, back at it here. Again, from the website is truckersparadise.com. Now, Dean, you tell me you're looking at possibly even expanding other locations around the country. Is that in the works? Or?
Yes, sir. It looks like our next location will be where on Interstate 10, just south of Phoenix, where Interstate 8 splits off and goes to San Diego. We're looking at property that's very close to that interchange. We're also looking at points of entry, ports of entry, rather. Laredo, Texas, El Paso, Yuma, any area that has a high concentration of trucks where they need a services for not just to park. We want to serve that need as well, but also some freight transfer. So eventually, this is like a trucker village. It can be like a freight village as well, and we're actually working with the Texas Department of Transportation, and they have been fabulous to work with, and has given us a lot of our initial due diligence, to create a system like this where they've given us a lot of the traffic studies for trucks capacity. But in Houston, in the Houston district, they want a freight village where it's modeled after the German concept of being able to transfer freight from one truck to another. I think go back to my friend Patrick, who's the long-distance car hauler. He's hauling 10 cars at one time. Let's say he wants to drop off 3 cars for a small carrier to go on a more regional delivery. So we'll have that ability for in a secure area for freight and cargo, but then we'll also have loading docks. So we do have a small loading dock in the Gainesville location, and we'll provide the equipment to move freight from one trailer to the other. We'll also have designated parking as well for fleets.
So you say you offer long-term parking as well?
Yes, sir. We can.
I'm looking here at some of the other amenities. So does this all currently exist where you actually have like an urgent care or a doctor's office?
So a lot of those, we've already done a soft opening with a grand opening that will have the concepts or the amenities that are common to most truck stops. Probably within the next 4 weeks or so. So this is a very new concept, very fresh. So the Urgent Treatment Center, we are still looking for an operator or negotiation with a lot of different vendors that will be a third party, that will lease space from us, but still support the Truckers Paradise theme overall. So a lot of things we'll do in-house, like some common ownership of certain restaurants, the fuel operation, the sleep rooms, things of that nature. But about 70% of what we have will be a third-party tenant.
Okay. So kind of like maybe like renting out some space to... Correct.
And we'll even build to suit. So we have a development firm, within our company that will build out.
So you said this was a former, like a mall? Which
yes.
Most of them have disappeared around the country.
Correct.
So that's why it's such a big facility, and you're just kind of customizing the space for each of these things that you're adding on.
That's correct. We're actually repurposing underused facilities. Maybe could even be a blight on the community, and repurposing them and bringing a unique flavor. Maybe even a rustic style look. In some respects, but that way the city sees us as a good corporate partner because we're coming in and making improvements. We're bringing, by the time we get all of the amenities online with all the different third-party tenants in there, we will probably have an employee base of 300 to 350 people.
So bringing back some of the jobs that may used to have been there at the mall.
Correct. Yes.
That's pretty cool stuff. All right, well, we're about to the bottom of the hour news break here. I thank you for coming over to join us here. Day number one, you're here for the weekend. You got a booth, you mentioned?
Yes. Yeah, we're 39124. Very southern end of it.
Okay, South Wing. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Overall, what do you think of the show floor setup? Pretty cool, huh?
Fantastic.
It is
just the energy here, and
it's a monstrosity. Right. All right, we'll take care of our news break. We'll be back with our final segment after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in South America's Guyana today, making deals for both countries. Guyana is an English-speaking country on the eastern border of Venezuela and has a population of roughly 835,000 citizens. President Irfan Ali.
Let me once again thank Secretary Rubio for his personal commitment and that of the U.S. government to Guyana and this region in general. I thank you.
The FBI says one of the top leaders of the MS-13 terrorist organization has been arrested in Virginia. The unidentified 24-year-old was taken into custody this morning. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin in Manassas.
The illegal drug gangs, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, they are international terrorist organizations, and they are resident right here.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right, as we like to say, round and third, headed for home, at least for day number 1. The Mid-America Truck Show. Louisville, Kentucky, off and rolling. All right, welcome back there, Dean. You were mentioning during the break you're involved with, a number of organizations. Tell me a little bit about what you have going there.
Well, we're a Dallas-based company, so obviously we're part of the Texas Truckers Association, but then we're also members of the ATA, the American Truckers Association. One organization that I'm particularly proud to be a part of is Women in Trucking. So women in trucking, the women need a safe place, and that's something that we will never skimp on is security for our lot and the property as a whole. So this is something that this is their oasis to come to.
We'll be speaking with Jennifer Hedrick tomorrow. She's the new boss behind Ellen Voya. Did you ever get to meet Ellen? She's the one that founded Women in Trucking. She kicked that off a number of years ago, just passed the torch here at the show last year.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, so Jennifer Hedrick. And you were talking about how your location obviously is a bit different than your typical truck stop.
Well, outside of just our food, I mean, a lot of truck stops or travel centers, they have fast food, and we have home-style cooking food, and, it's not fast food, so you don't see that in majority of truck stops.
And that's most of it's gone these days. I mean, the old days when you go into the truck stop and we were just talking about this last week, they had a section that was CDL holders only. It was for truck drivers only. And you'd sit down and actually get on the phone at the table because they didn't have cell phones then. You had to have the table with the phone there, and you'd call the wife maybe for a few minutes, or call your broker, call your dispatcher, do your business at the truck stop.
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's something that even in the trucker lounge, we will ultimately have maybe a little small rooms, like the work share, office concept. They can go in and just have some quiet atmosphere to do paperwork, talk to their family in private. If it's weather's bad outside. But we even have our own staff that will go out into the tables and the chairs that have tiki umbrellas, and they'll do work there. The truckers are welcome to use those facilities as well.
Now, you say you have an app for your location? I mean, your app for your...
Yeah, so one of our IT guys is still in the process of developing an app that you can download on your phone. And if you're in Dallas or Oklahoma City, you can get on the app, order stuff from throughout the facility, and when you get into a certain vicinity of our premises, it'll ping out to our POS systems, and we'll have it all ready for you. And we can deliver it to your truck anywhere on the property, to the Oasis rooms, or you can come and get it yourself. You can have a shower ordered, and when you pull in and you need diesel, we'll have you fueled by the time you get out of the shower and back to your truck.
That's pretty impressive. So you can make maybe reservations for the sit-down restaurant
yes,
and those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Very nifty.
Yeah.
And back to we're looking at catering to as much of the underserved market for truckers as possible. So I'm thinking of oversized loads. We want to to give a special shout out to those folks. I mean, that trucking is hard enough, but then you're towing something, the windmill blades or
right.
Could be anything, that's requires special permitting. We want to cater to that part of the industry as well. We're members of also the Motor Coach Association, so we want the buses to come in. We'll have dumping facilities for the extended cabs, that have the tanks in there. If they, they're basically driving in their home, so let us be the place that they come in and dump, their stuff.
So it almost sounds like you're trying to be the Buc-ee's of trucking, because Buc-ee's is not trucker friendly, And
that's exactly what we want.
Yeah,
to be the Buc-ee's, but better, just because we allow truckers. And one thing that really gets me and what people don't understand is if it wasn't for truckers, America would not have anything.
Absolutely.
And and that's part of the reason why I'm so grateful to be a part of Paradise. Dean explained it his way, but I see it as a home away from home for truckers. That's my perspective on it, we want them to be comfortable. They want to be comfortable in their own homes.
Mm-hmm.
So when I greet truckers, because I'm in charge of the Tiki Girls, but when I work my shift out of the Tiki Hut, that's what I tell truckers when they ask what we are. I'm like, we're Truckers Paradise, home away from home.
What's the Tiki Hut?
Oh, so when truckers pull in, our Tiki Girls, the first person they see, we greet them. We give them some information on our cards, or we give them a card with information about our property on them, and then we tell them where to park and what we offer and everything like that.
So they're greeted with a smiling face.
There you go.
Very happy, outgoing, cheerful. They deserve to have somebody that is excited to see them.
So this premise of fueling up where you're parked, I've never heard of that before.
So it's sort of like going back to the 50s with the old Texaco folks, that would run out from the store. When they see a car, they would, 2 or 3 people would run out and fill your tank up and check your oil and things like that. So we're going to fill you up, diesel, DEF, clean the bugs off your windshield, that kind of thing, and then take your order for truck wash if you want that. So again, we're specialized service. We'll have a team of people that if you need something, if we don't have it right there immediately, we will get it for you.
It's pretty impressive. I'm looking at the gallery on the website here, so I'm getting a better understanding of what you're talking about when you got the look at the tiki bar and the tiki and the...
See, and if you have TikTok or like Facebook, you can also look us up on either one of those or our Instagram as well, and you can get a better view at what we all offer as well, because we're posting videos 2-3 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm about out of questions, so we'll let you get on back to the booth and enjoy meeting the folks here in Louisville over the next couple of days. And I look forward to maybe working with you again somewhere down the line.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
thank you for having us.
All right. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Championship Pulling is heading for the starting blocks with an opener in the Southeast. Then the action sweeps across 3 Midwestern states in June. But first, we've got a party going on at the office, so come on by. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. After a long winter's wait, the NTPA's 2025 national campaign is less than 10 weeks away. We'll take an in-depth look at the events that comprise the premier truck and tractor pulling organization's calendar over the next several weeks, beginning with the Grand National Circuit in this report and the next. First, however, a reminder. The new NTPA headquarters at 1299 Campbell Road in Marion, Ohio is open, and we'll swing our doors wide for members, sponsors, and neighbors to come for a visit on Saturday, April 12th from noon to 5 p.m. Check out the articles in the March Tire Tracks email newsletter and on the front page of ntpapull.com. Now I have to tell you, the new headquarters is already pretty snazzy, but you can add your own personal touch with a decorative walkway brick engraved with a message to honor a loved one or recognize an accomplishment. Bricks are available in 4-inch by 8-inch and 8-inch by 8-inch sizes, and duplicates may be purchased for display at your home or shop. See the front page of ntpapull.com for more information. Also to competitors, the deadline for obtaining your 2025 driver license and vehicle registration at the middle rate is fast approaching. Prices go up on April 1st, so be sure to have your applications filled out and payments made at ntpa.tracksideapp.com before then. Now, on to the 2025 Grand National schedule. This year's circuit again opens in Benson, North Carolina for the Galat Motorsports Park Mule City 300 on Friday and Saturday, May 30th and 31st. Superstock Open and Superfarm tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, and mini and light modifieds will appear in 2 sessions, each beginning at 7 p.m. Visit galotmotorsportspark.com for more information about the venue. Then it's a new earlier date for the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The McLeod County Fairground will roar to life with 6 classes each night. Superstock diesel and pro stock tractors, Superstock diesel 4x4 and super semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. It's PowerPoleNationals.com for info and tickets. Hutch moved up one weekend to put the Farley Nationals in from Thursday through Saturday, June 12th through the 14th at the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. But this year's event is extra special. Thursday and Friday are invitational heat sessions for 5 divisions: Pro Stocks, 4.1 Pro Stocks, 2-wheel drives, 4-wheel drives, and minis. Also on Friday only, Superstock diesel 4x4s. And they're all qualifying for the Saturday night finals, with each of 6 classes paying $50,000 to win. See 300raceway.com for all the facts about the facility, and stay tuned to ntpapull.com for competitor lists in the coming weeks. After a weekend to catch our breath, it's the season's first Super National, and it's solid gold. The 50th anniversary Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals will invade Tomah, Wisconsin from Thursday, June 26th through Saturday, the 28th. 12 Grand National and 3 Regional National divisions will collide on the twin tracks of Recreation Park for 5 sessions that celebrate 5 decades of pulling excellence in the upper Midwest. Visit TOMAHTractorpull.com for ticket and camping information. That'll complete the Grand National schedule's first month, but we're not even halfway home. More to come this time next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
I turned the microphone on. That helps.
That's fair. Very fair.
All right. Well, we're, as we say, headed down the home stretch here for day number 1.
This is fun for me because this is like my debut on the show. Actually getting a chance to be on the show with the legendary
there you go.
Steve Summers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ryan Wild.
Yes. This is my first match, by the way. I can tell you that my observations, 1, there's a lot of chrome, and 2, I did not realize all of the intricacies that go into the trucking and transportation industry. Just by being here, like all of the things that go into it, it is insane. I don't know how you keep up with it, Steve.
Well, it's been a few years. Took a while to get, and you know what? I probably know just that much about the industry. I mean, after all the years I've been doing this, but
it is crazy. But the people are great. You've had some really fun guests on today. We've learned about basically the Club Med of Texas with Truckers Paradise.
Yeah, we were just talking to them. But I mean, I pulled up the website, and it is pretty impressive. So what used to be a massive mall complex.
Yeah.
So 108,000 square feet, 180,000 square feet
Yeah.
under roof, as he put it.
Who would have known? Who would have known these things exist? You know what I mean? That's what's crazy. Garmin coming on. You've got, of course, FSC. We had a lot of great guests today. And, of course, we got a lot of great guests tomorrow, too, don't we?
You got me pretty packed and stacked for the all 3 days of the show there. So
Well, I was told that if I don't stack the schedule with you, you tend to get into trouble. Like you get idle hands, and then you go do things that are naughty, and bad things happen.
Well, I mean, it's normal to be shaking hands and kissing babies, but when you start groping women, that's where the problems start.
It starts to escalate a little quickly there, you know. But so, how you feeling about your first day?
I'm better now because it's almost over.
Exactly.
You know what time it is?
Miller time.
That's right.
That's right.
Almost Miller time. So, I was going to ask Ryan Wild.
Yes.
That's a radio name?
No, it's my real name. So,
No.
fun backstory. I come from a family of chiropractors who wanted to be radio broadcasters. And so my parents owned a chiropractic facility in where I grew up in Kelowna, Illinois. It was called Wild Chiropractic. And, yeah, it is legit
So
my
your
last name.
name was actually Wild.
Yeah.
I mean, because Ryan comes to this program, the Overnight Drive, as kind of get in the background, working things out logistically. He's now responsible for getting the podcast uploaded every day and all that kind of stuff behind the scenes. And but you have a extensive background in radio.
25 years of on-air and programming in like markets like Chicago, Milwaukee. I moved around a lot, but I got to a point where you get kids, you get older, and you kind of want to settle down. And like I said, came across the show here, and I was like, dude, this is like a fun opportunity to kind of really grow something really unique, really exciting, and really fun. And I'm excited to be a part of this, really, honestly. And I'm meeting some really cool people who are wanting to be a part of the show too, which is great. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, I wanted to use this weekend as a chance to really network this show and really, get a chance to kind of see who wants to be a part of what is happening
That's
here.
the whole premise. I mean, that's kind of why we're here right now. Is
Amen.
You come down to market. Everyone here is here to market with one
Yes.
another. They're all socializing and trying to sell themselves.
Yeah.
You need my product. You need my product. You go over to Chinatown. They say we'll make it for half price.
I've been out selling myself. It's kind of weird. I'm like, $20, you can have me. It's all right. And they're looking at me funny when I say it, but it's just it's the nature of a truck show. You know what I mean? Just having fun.
Yeah.
But this has been great first day. I am exhausted, but the thing is, it's a good exhausted. We were slammed all the way through, and we had a lot of fun doing it too. And tomorrow's another day, gonna be a busy one. Friday.
I think we're back on noon to 5.
Noon to 5
again tomorrow.
That's right.
And Saturday we got to get up early. Now, see, the problem is normally all the guys, the hot shots here, they like to kind of get together and do something, go out to a bar and have a good time.
Yeah.
And they'll do that on freaking Friday night, and then we got to get up early Saturday morning.
If you and I were to enjoy, we really indulged in Miller time, we probably wouldn't show up until the show is over on Saturday. You know what I mean? So it's tough for guys like us. We're trying to have a good time.
It's been known over the years where Steve would come dragging into the show a little bit later after the show starts. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But yeah, no, dude, thank you for letting me be a part of this show. Thank you for having me on. This has been fun. I haven't been actually on the air on a station in about probably 4 years. Mostly been doing background stuff, so this has been kind of fun just to get on the air and say hi.
He was showing me some of the stuff he does, like voicers.
Yeah.
You hear your voice on places where...
Yeah, I do a lot of stuff for YouTube. I do a lot of stuff for different clients across the country, too, just whether it's commercial voiceovers or YouTube voiceovers, all those things. So I'm a busy dude, and then I also have another day job. So I'm running around like crazy.
And this is kind of a part-time gig for you with us, right?
Part to full. Like I said, we're having, we're spending a lot more time really trying to get down and dialed in and really grow this thing. And the nice thing is things look really good. And I think that we're on the right path for sure.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
All right, we got a couple minutes to fill here, so I guess maybe I'll just kind of take care of sharing some weather around the country.
Ooh, do your thing. I'll disappear. Thank you for having me on.
Well, we'll probably talk to you again between now and the end of the show there.
By all means, I'll hang around then.
I mean, when he did come into the studio, Ryan's actually been to the secret bunker.
I have.
But he didn't show his face while he was there.
I hid big time.
That was the night we had Josh come down with us.
I just hid in the background somewhere. He
was just trying to learn what we're actually doing, how Steve does what he does and operates, what kind of computer systems we're using and all that.
Learning and lurking.
That's correct. All right, so, of course, 2 more big days here in Louisville. Of course, there are numerous educational programs. You can learn more at truckingshow.com. That's the website. Tomorrow night, Friday night, is... Who's that guy? Tony Justice.
Yes.
Well known in the trucking industry. He'll be kicking off the Friday night concert. And Colt something or other is and I had never heard of him, but several people have told me, Steve, you want to, he's really good. So, Colt Ford, is it?
Oh, Colt Ford. Okay, yeah.
You recognize that name?
Country artist.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Well, they always do country.
I did a lot of country radio over the years, but I was like, okay, Colt, could be a couple of Colts. There's a lot of Colts in country, but Colt Ford, yes,
Colt
I do
Ford.
know.
He's kind of the headliner tomorrow night there in Freedom Hall. You'll have to check the schedule on where to get your tickets. Tickets are free, but you got to have tickets to get in. And keep in mind, when you go into Freedom Hall, if you're a smoker like Steve Summers, you cannot exit once you enter and come back in.
So you start getting the jitters.
Oh, man, Well, a couple of years ago, I forget who the concert was, but I had to bring 4 tickets with me.
This is a first for me to hear that. This is a first.
You're not allowed to go out to smoke. So I stepped out, and then when I came back in, they're like, no. And I said, well, by God, I've got another ticket.
Let me present to you another ticket.
And if I need, I've got 2 more. So I'll be getting my smoke breaks when I need them,
That's dedication. There's something to be said about that.
All right, we got a setup for some severe weather that's going to be kind of getting underway, especially Friday into Saturday. I think here in Louisville, we're going to probably see a few showers overnight. So everything's been great for day number 1. Rain should move through overnight, and then we clear up again for our Friday. Looks to be a good day. Yeah, Friday does not looking to be a good day from areas from northeastern Kansas, southeastern portions of Nebraska, all the way over into maybe central portions of Illinois. Travel along much of I-70 from Concordia all the way over to St. Louis, I-65, 35. You're in the zone where you could see strong storms, severe storms. A secondary zone overnight tonight is southern Texas. Areas being highlighted from Odessa to Del Rio to San Antone and on down to Corpus Christi. Then we look towards Saturday night. I-35 all the way from, from northern portions of Arkansas all the way down to Fort Smith to Springfield portions of Missouri and on up into southern portions of Iowa. That's the zone they're kind of highlighting for the threat for tornadic activity. I don't think they're saying quite the outbreak that we saw a couple weeks ago, which was 220 tornadoes when all was said and done in that multi-day outbreak. Then Sunday, that kind of looks to be the big day. The risk of severe weather broadens, escalates over the Ohio, Tennessee, and Mississippi valleys. The threat of these storms, winds, hail, flash flooding, and tornadic activity extending from about the Michigan border of Indiana and Ohio southward all the way down to the Interstate 10 corridor there near the Gulf Coast. Northeast Texas, Louisiana, the Panhandles, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, things that will continue to follow over the next few days. But all right, with that, we are going to close it out here.
Well, thank you for having me on. For lowering your standards and having me on.
It's been a good day number 1. Thank you for packing and stacking the schedule as you did.
Oh, well, hey, and we got more packed and stacked schedules over the next couple of days.
I know we got women in trucking and quite a few others coming up tomorrow. Just come back and join us, all right?
All right.
High noon on Friday for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.